Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, semi-final action here, man. It's go time here in the BPL Season 6 Kickoff Tournament. My name is Davion. I will be our awesome play-by-play caster today. And with me, we got Ben, ready to rock and roll. Ben? Did Ben die? Is Ben okay? Ben survive? I don't know. Who knows? But I'll go.
Sorry. Hi. I'm not sure.
There we go.
I'm not sure why my camera's not showing up. I need to fix that. But
it's all good. Technical difficulties never stop.
Yeah,
in the BPL.
we're here. We're here though. Yeah, we're here. We're doing it. For those of you who are extremely plugged into the Overwatch scene, today's been a strange day. We need something fun, something exciting, and community oriented to get ourselves through the day. We got some exciting BPL B-League semi-final action rocking and rolling right now.
Listen, if there's anything that's strange, you definitely can get that community experience right here through the BPL. And we are kicking it off with Oro versus Kaleidoscope. This is actually a really fun matchup. And Ben, if I'm not mistaken, this is your second cast or your first cast?
Second on BPL.
Welcome. Well, it's awesome to have you in the BPL fam. We are excited to bring you in. This is going to be a blast. I'm really excited to get going. This is actually going to be a banger of a matchup. Semifinal action is always really fun. I'm hoping we get to three map. I cannot speak. Banger. But this is just a little bit of what these teams had to do to get there. Fly Out West was no pushover, of course, with getting BroZone and of Corvidae into the semifinals, which is the game after this. Kaleidoscope and Oro. Grass Blossoms is a great team. Certified Bangers is a great team. They both went to 3 maps against those teams, and now they're meeting here in the semifinals with a chance to play in your grand finals tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on BPL 2. I mean, this bracket we've seen a lot of 3 map games, not a lot of 2 Overwatch, which I'm grateful to see. That means that we're gonna get a lot of competition here in the B League throughout the entirety of this season. And while we're at it, you were on cast for one of those games. What was the biggest thing that you saw? Because you saw, I believe it was the Grass Blossoms played, the Shimada Society. Yes. So going into this match against Oro that they lost, what does that tell you about Oro after watching that game?
Yeah, so the main thing that it tells me is what I thought was Green Blossom's strength was the DPS, specifically a lot of what their captain Salad was able to do on heroes like Echo. And the fact that Oro was able to shut that down is making me expect a lot, especially from their tank player, Takujin.
Oh,
I'm not sure
that's
where the
awesome.
Emphasis is. But
it's so
yes, that's making me very excited to see that. We're going to pull up the rosters here. Kaleidoscope, they have a lot of options on DPS, as we can see.
Oh, and they got some bangers. Kaido, Tanic, the Gurglers, Swifters, Blinded. I always mess up this name. I believe it's just Fairy. And then Kumo Sumo. I will say this. I'm a big fan of Tanic B. Tanic B every time steps into the play. I remember watching a competitive season in BPL Season 5 where this man just went on a tear with the Reaper. And it was a really, really fun time. But if we're going to get any type of matchup in here, Oro has the facilities to do that. Osiren, Parody, and Twist are amazing DPS players. I remember watching them too, along with Tekojin on the tank Whispers. I'm going to mess this name up too. I believe it's Grunt Fudok. I always mess that one up. And Toxic Trousers.
Yeah, it seems like a name that's kind of trying to bait you into accidentally saying a swear word. That
you got me if you do, but you know, I don't recall BPL being. I had to accept like the mature audience thing. So if you're here, you did your job. All right, you know what's going on. But this is gonna be fun. This is actually DPS. I want to highlight this because I may not know every single player, and likewise, right? We're learning about all these players. That's why we do this kickoff tournament as casters to get familiar with them. But with my experience in the BPL, Osiren and Tanic are some of the best DPS players we have, and honestly, definitely deserve to get drafted into the A League. Sitting here in B League, they're really, really good players, and that is a matchup I'm going to be looking for today.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing it. Our first map that we're going to be heading into is going to be Antarctic Peninsula. Very favored. Classically, like, at least in my view, the Ramatra map, and Ram's like okay-ish right now. Some people have been playing him. But other than that, just expecting a lot of the same Farah Cassidy stuff with kind of your tank of choice, Sigma, Malga, you know, whatever you kind of feel like is your best tank.
Yeah, I've been seeing that Samoan guy, man. Seen a lot of him. But it's the sustain. The name of the game for tank, and I'm not the greatest tank player on the planet. Obviously, I'm a low master, high diamond player. I'll call myself out there. But as a tank, I do play tank a lot. And Malga's biggest thing, and with playing tank as a whole, is just the sustainability, right? You have to stay alive, and it's very hard to do so in a lot of this metas that have been happening recently. Malga does a good job of doing that. Sigma does a good job of doing that. And that's why you'll see typically people are favoring those two tanks over most of the other ones right now. Ramattra does an okay job of that with a little, had a little couple, I think, buffs in the mid-season last season, helped him out a little bit. So this would be interesting to see the matchup. We should be going in here very shortly. But Ben, I'm excited to see it. I saw Malga mirror that entire day yesterday. I did 2 casts yesterday, and that's all I saw. So what do you expect to see? Same thing, or are we expecting a little shakeup?
Hey, I'm not sure. I would imagine that. Okay,
I'll cry.
Blinded kisses you at Twist. It's very charming.
Sounds about right.
Love to see it. So here's the thing: is this Roadhog like actually?
It's
okay.
bait. It has to be bait.
You know,
no way Reinhardt's not bait either.
I've seen more. Ryan, this is a Ryanable map, especially if you feel like it's something that's in your kind of wheelhouse, your comfort zone. Kind of like what I was saying about it being kind of Ram favored. Like a lot of the places you can play Ram, you can kind of also sort of force the Ryan in.
Yeah, and I mean, I love a good Ryan player myself. Tekragen's speaking to my heart right now, and we rock with it. But Tanic, I know Farah is a big help. Osiren on the cast will make it hard, but Blinded's gonna take out Twist to start this fight off. Oro is down 2 now. Tekragen's out. Kaleidoscope will take the early lead here, and that is a quick cap here on this point for the Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, playing Reinhardt and just a hard brawl comp into the Farah is going to be difficult in most circumstances, but I think on this point especially, really difficult, especially if you're not playing with a Symmetra, because you don't, even with the Symmetra, there aren't that many places where you can just kind of go in, right? You can see there, the Reinhardt tries to go in, he just doesn't really have any angles to approach from.
Yeah, now they're down 3, right? Grunt goes down immediately. Teku goes down. Osiren and Twist. We had a really, really great rock there from Gurgle, the Gurgler, coming out of nowhere. Is a DPS player, is currently playing tank, and Sigma's a good character to be on that if you're a DPS player.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that.
No, yeah, and we've seen this before in BPL where people will draft a bunch of DPS players and they'll whip out Zaryas, Divas, those types of things.
Yeah, there's. The thing with the Rhinon, especially here against the Sigmas, you want to go fast, and Oro aren't really going fast. Here they're trying to go fast.
Yeah, they're taking too long to rotate and get it, but the High Noon was going to come out. It does make people very weak, and Tanic's going to go down. They see an opportunity now. The Gurgler does. Is going to slam. Blinded takes out Osiren. Whisper's going to take Fairy out. Whispers and Twist go down. Ryan is trying to clutch it up now, and it's just you in a dream. You can't do anything. You're gone. 75% and counting now for Kaleidoscope. Oro had the try. They used the High Noon. They used Shatter. They're going to come up on the beat maybe, but Window's there for use.
Yeah, we also I also failed to mention that Swifters, another one of Kaleidoscope's DPS, is also here playing Lucio.
Oh, they got four DPS players. I love that.
It's probably just whoever's available, but True. Kaleidoscope are making it look easy right now.
Yeah, there's a beat. Blinded is going to take out Osiren. Through the window is where that barrage goes. Tanic's going to get Grunt out of there and find Whispers. That's 2. Now Tekragen's going to find Fairy, which is awesome, but Tanic's going to get a 3rd there, looking for a 4th. The point was flipped, but it's not going to be enough as they're going to flip it right back as Blinded finds Twist and just no ability to get the beat off, and they didn't stay on Mei long enough. They did swap over from, I believe it was Tracer to Mei, and didn't really build anything up. So that's a quick round 1 for Kaleidoscope.
Yeah. Davion, can I be honest with you? That was extremely uncompetitive.
It was a pretty big one, but I mean, Reinhardt, love the character. It's my favorite character in the game. If whenever Reinhardt's meta, I'm playing, right? That's not the case right now. So it's very hard to get around when you don't have. It felt like there were some things that were off, right? Oro's obviously done a great job in this tournament so far, getting into the semifinals, but they need to be a little bit more decisive of what they want to do, because you have people like Gurgler, you have people like Tanic, and you have people like Blinded that are just poking you out before you have a chance to actually rotate to where you need to go as a Reinhardt, so you aren't able to play the game as effectively. But here we are. They're gonna use that Symmetra, so maybe that's the change that they needed. Looked like a mess up on the TP, but they're in very close. Tekragen's very, very close, but they're going to use Immortality Field. That's going to be down and out already, and they're going to see the Immor from the other side, but Blinded's going to get twists, and that's just going to be a tough rotation side when you're already down your Sim. You're going to try to find the point, maybe stall it a little bit. Here they are. You see Tekragen get on point. Osiren is half. Whispers is one. Whispers is gone. Point is flipped already for the side of Kaleidoscope, and 2 people are gone and out, and that is it.
Yeah, this point, I think more so than the previous one on this map, is a little bit more favorable to the Reinhardt, mainly because you have a more obvious corridor to attack through with angles that you can work around with that Reinhardt and the BAP and the Sim. That being said, it can be as more favorable as you want. It doesn't really matter when you're getting spammed by a Pharah.
Exactly.
Look at how much ult charge Tanic B has just from splash damage.
Wait, big pin from left field. Both casters are out of the fight, but oh my, Tanic B getting 2 with that. Gurgler found Tekragen in that fight. I mean, Tekragen's trying. I've seen when people get picked, it's been Tekragen getting that KO.
Yeah, Kaleidoscope just still completely in control. Even when they've lost players, she's always able to flip it around really easily. Very much a sense of like it's just never in doubt for them, as
right.
He's going to continue poking away here. I think the other thing with the Pharah into this is with the Symmetra, it's so predictable for the Pharah.
There's
who's
B.
like so reliant on.
We're seeing the Q button be pressed a lot. Hold on. Yeah. Gurgler blinded and everyone just pressed Q. Team kill goes off, and that's that fight really quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting to the point where there isn't much more I can say other than Oro are trying to they're Sisyphus pushing a rock up a hill right now, except the rock is an Egyptian woman in a mech suit, and also she's shooting rockets at you.
Yeah, looking for Shatter. There was that. That's a great patience from Tekragen. Beat comes out. They're gonna find 2. Twist gets 2. There's 2 more for Tekragen now, and they're gonna finally cap this point after a team kill, and only using what, 3 ults after they just saw Kaleidoscope use all of theirs. I think that's a good fight win to stay alive in this map.
Yeah, finally a fight win on the board for Oro, a proper fight win. Tanic B though coming back with that rocket barrage, going to be extremely scary. Oro look like they're going to try and take a quick fight here, try and build up their ultimates and drain as much of this clock as possible.
Yeah, Osiren's in the back. There's that. And you're going to get Tanic traded out with Twist, so that's not the worst thing in the world. Both Immortality Fields also go down. They rotated a point. You saw Osiren in the back line. They're trying to push the point, but they're going to be able to flip it. OT is now online again for Kaleidoscope with a chance to win it here. Poking out, Tekragen does find Swifters, but Tekragen's going to get taken out in the process of it. It's a 3v3 on point. Whispers takes out the counterpart in Fairy. So now we're looking at a window. Osiren gets blinded. That's huge, but Osiren's going to pay with life. Now we're just looking to see if they can find a pick as Tanic B has gotten back, but it's 1 HP. Gurgler's low, down and out now. It's just a couple on point trying to flip it around. Twist is going to get Tanic after it's moving over to the Tracer, and we'll be able to flip it right back.
Yeah, but Kaleidoscope, really both sides actually quite staggered during that fight. Kaleidoscope's going to be back very quickly. Here. I wanted to draw attention to Swiffers has been doing some pretty decently impressive mechanical stuff on Lucio for being a DPS player. He had a pretty crucial loop onto the Reinhardt to kind of delay the contest and force them to recontest.
Osiren high noon to start this off. Tanic moves over to Mei. Tanic almost goes down, but will not be taken out. Now we're seeing High Noon on the other side, has a better chance, but oh, what a great immortality field to save people's lives. Osiren finds blinded. Technogen's in trouble now. Technogen's gonna go down. Point is gonna flip again. Overtime once again here. And now they just need to touch. Make sure they don't see 9. Twist is down. It is a 3v4. It's a 2v4. Grunt is gone. Swivers, now they're just gonna pull everybody up. Osiren's gonna get slammed down and taken out. It's just a dream for Whispers, but it is too careless and they are done and out. Kaleidoscope, great map win. And there was a lot of fight there from Oro in the second part of that map though.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, and I don't think that's untrue, but, you know, did it ever really feel like it was in doubt for Kaleidoscope? I mean, just like, you know, to be honest with ourselves, but some really great Sigma and Pharah play from Gurgler and Tanic B. I think really showing the effectiveness of those characters' spam pressure into the Reinhardt, and especially into the Symmetra. You saw how much Tanic B was able to disrupt Sim teleports, use those rockets to get huge amounts of splash damage and build rocket barrage really quickly onto all the clumped up members of Oro. So just really, I mean, kind of won that one from the hero select screen, if we're being honest.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Going into another map up here, we're gonna be having Shambali Monastery. Oro picked this one. Kind of interesting considering that this is another map that really favors the Sigma comp.
Definitely a Sigma comp,
Kaleidoscope
for
is
sure.
playing. Another map where like you can kind of make brawl, like hard brawl work. But you know, we'll see. Interesting to see if, you know, maybe any of those kind of off rollings that we saw are going to be going back onto their main role as
we're gonna get a plethora of subs here. Yeah,
right.
I was about to say. So
okay,
on the side of
the
Oro,
ones?
I got you. On the side of Oro, it looks like Toxic is gonna come in for Grunt. So make it a little bit of swap there. Then we have Parody in for Twist. So Osiren will be in. So it looks like the lineup will be Technogen, Osiren, Parody. It was Whispers and Toxic will be who they're gonna go with in this map too. So maybe they're making a little bit of swap to get some people that can play maybe some snipers, maybe some Hanzo, something a little different, shake it up. Maybe Tekujin has the god tier Sigma that we just didn't see in that first map. So we'll go from there.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the side of Kaleidoscope, we're going to have Kaido, the proper tank player, coming in for Gurgler, and Kumosumo coming in for Fairy.
Yeah.
I'm reading that. Yeah. So, still Swifters on Lucio. Interesting. But we are going to not have any more Gurgler Sigma, at least for this match, which is unfortunate, because I actually thought Gurgler played really, really well that map. But
everybody got to get
good their DPS. If that's how good their DPS is on Sigma, then their actual tank player is gonna be pretty scary.
Yeah, no, they are. They seem to be a menace. They're coming off the bench, but everybody got to get minutes, right? When you have a stacked team, everybody got to get PT. You know, so that's the fun part of this. The big thing that I wanted to highlight is because is definitely that they kept their DPS line the same. They wanted Tanic and they wanted Blinded in as the DPS. So I'm intrigued to see how those two continue to go on it. And of course, I think Osiren is just phenomenal. Osiren showed a lot of flashes. I think something that I really want to see is them adjust, right? This Oro, I want to see them adjust. It's okay to make mistakes. You got your map out of the way. Let's go to a map 3 and go and try to win on push. That's all you can do. Obviously, your Reinhardt comp may be a little bit more favored on push, depending on which map they pick, but you can, if you can win out on Shambali, anything's possible, right?
Yeah, and you know, just even thinking about the map pick, this is the map that this is the map that Oro picked against Grass Blossoms in their previous match. They picked Shambali after losing control, and they won Shambali, which shows some degree of like confidence in that map. Whether or not it's going to carry through here into what maybe seems to be a tougher opponent, we will see.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see this matchup. And like I said, maybe these swaps are what they need, right? You know, maybe Toxic is just gonna come in and cook. Something else I want to say is maybe we're not gonna see Swifters on the Lucio, but we are immediately going to see on Lucio. I was mistaken. I apologize. We're going to see Tekogen still play the Reinhardt. Wait, actually, if are they offense or defense first? I think they're attacking first. On defense, yeah. I'm not that mad about, because on defense, you can literally just try to spawn hold in that beginning fight, which is really fun. And that's exactly what you're going to see Kaleidoscope do, right? Because they're running the Mei, they're running Ramatra, they're running BAP, they're running Lucio. This is a comp that you can obviously play on this map, but they're going to be close.
Yeah,
I'm playing that close spawn,
I'm
but
once again
it's gonna be
afraid
fun.
of Oro just kind of potentially losing this. Yes, very based.
Yes, very based.
I'm once again afraid of Oro potentially just losing this in spawn. You're gonna see Kaleidoscope going for that same kind of spawn hold that you were talking about. The difference is, oh dear.
Very quick pick. It looked like an icicle to the dome, followed by a little bit of spray from Kaido.
Oro was so rudely interrupted by things happening in the match.
Right.
The big difference between the Ram and the Ryan, especially on defense here on Shambali first, is the Ram has much better gap closing potential because he has that long range poke.
Yep.
You can more easily kind of start the fight and then go in, whereas Reinhardt needs to get in before he starts Brawl. And you're seeing that in action right here.
But you're going to see something really good. Osiren and Toxic are going to find picks, which means that Oro's going to find themselves at a spawn, and Osiren and Parody kill their counterparts each. Osiren, like I said, came to play. Very good job in this spawn. I believe Whispers did go down, but it's not a big deal. The spawn door's right there, and Whispers did do a great job of keeping Tekogen alive. If you saw the log rage immortality field that kept after the pin, it was awesome. So that's really good. You're seeing Kaleidoscope not play a bunch of long range heroes, which is really good if you're looking at Oro's comp. It's the same thing. It's literally a mirror, just Ryan instead of Ramatra. So it's a little bit more pokier if you're Kaleidoscope. But we have a lot of options here if you're Oro. And we're already back into a fight on this corner. And that's why you take the close spawn, is to get this corner fight, because it's really hard to give it up otherwise. You're going to see a pin come out, but then it's messed up. Wall is out. Cass is in a really bad spot. Osiren is not feeling very healthy there. But you're going to lose Kaido in the process of it. Tanakbe's going to get parity. And now you're down 2 with a chance to regroup. You got some things out, but Tanik has ult. Tanik's gonna pop it. You're gonna get right click now, Tekogen, and you are down. You're gonna see High Noon go off just to hit that reload button really quick, and that'll be the end of this fight once we see someone hit this Lucio. Please, I'm begging. There it is.
Yeah, great wall from Tanakbe in combination with the Ravenous Vortex from Kaido. Just once that went down, I mean, Osiren was dead. Yeah, just textbook way of playing this brawl. Use the wall on that corner to just lit up the enemy team that wants to play together. And this is sort of what I'm talking about here. You see Kaido poking. That's why you want to play the Ram.
Yeah, but then if you just shoot people in the head with your icicles, who cares? Parody picks up a KO, and Blinded's also going to go down to Tekogen. You're going to see the Blizzard come out, and Tekogen's going to find another one. The Reinhardt gameplay we all know and love is coming to play as Tekogen finds a third, looking for a fourth, maybe with the Fire Strike, won't get it, but Swifters is going to get taken out by Toxic, and that's awesome for them. They're going to get into a more wide open space, so that wall isn't as oppressive there. But 5 volts for
Parody showing one of the ways that you kind of want to fight this Ram comp with the Reinhardt, and that is getting picks. The Ram comp more vulnerable to picks.
Hold on, a lot is happening now. We're gonna see Blizzard come out. We're gonna see both windows get tapped. B came out from Swifters. Osiren finds 2. Whispers got Kaido. Parody did go down, but now it's just a stall on point. Blinded should be taken out, and now is oh my gosh, it's actually Kumo is supposed to be that name. So that is a down and out team kill, and Oro's showing a lot of flashes of good things here. They're being a little bit more patient on their engages and engaging at the right times they need to. And we're still seeing this mirror with Mei, Cass, BAP, Lucio. I thought maybe we would switch it up a little bit, but confidence in Kaido on this Ramatra, and I guess Teko on the Reinhardt.
Yeah, Oro looking completely re-energized after getting just absolutely mollywopped on map 1. Gonna have the Earth Shatter and the Sound Barrier here.
Big shatter!
That is a big shatter.
It's huge! That's gonna be 3 down, 3 out, and 4 gone. Team kill instantly. Tekogen hits him with the question mark, as you should, Ryan players. Good work!
Zooey mama indeed, Fairy. Yeah, so remember before when I said that the Reinhardt comp wants to play fast? That's sort of what I meant. Oro is now only going to have the Sound Barrier into Annihilation and Blizzard. You can only use Sound Barrier for one of them.
There it is. Well, they're going to pop it on the Annihilation, but Tekogen doesn't get it. But Tekogen finds Tanakbe? Tanakbe's dead? Sirens gets Amor, and Blinded and Kaido are also down, and now you're just worrying about Lucio on point, and they're gone. Another team kill. Is that like 4 in a row? What is happening?
Yeah, that was, I mean, that's not what you wanted if you were Kaleidoscope. You want to use the Annihilation or the Blizzard to force out the Blizzard, or to force out the Sound Barrier, excuse me, and then use the other one. Now the Mauga is going to be coming out. And Mauga
High Noon?
Very
High Noon Blizzard and High Noon both on point right now. They know they have no beat. Swifters and Tanic get 1 each, and now they're High Noon in response. Tekujin finds Tanic and all that, trying to find someone else. Does get a couple shots off, looking to finish off Swifters. Can't do it, will do it. There's a shatter, is gonna get Mauga sat down on the floor. You see the TP come out for Amor, and now you're just trying to get anybody to stay healthy. It looks like Oro is in a very commanding position, even when they are getting hit with multiple ults. Tanic used Blizzard, they used High Noon, they couldn't do anything. Tanic's officially moved over to Pharah now, and is immediately taken down.
Yeah, I think the Pharah swap potentially could have come in on point B if they really felt like they needed it.
Oof.
Where you had a much, arguably a stronger move you could fire down at the end of the game. Oro just kind of, they're kind of rolling now. They definitely have some sense of internal momentum on their side.
Ooh. Good roll into shot for Blinded.
Yeah, Blinded is going to pick off his opposite number.
But yeah, it's going to pay with life. So very low for Tanic there. Got real worried, but is okay. It's a 4v4 right now. You're going to have probably Blinded get there a little bit faster than Osiren. They're going to do a quick regroup. You're going to see the pin come out. Now Blizzard's going to come out. That's a huge job, but Beat is going to come in to save Kaido, along with the immortality from the Kiriko, and now Swifters is going to get taken out. You're going to get a beat to match all that, and you're still going to be losing people. No DPS or no supports now. Nice shield to put up in front of him, but it's just going to be paying with Tekujin's life. Blinded does get KO'd in the process of it. Kiriko ult is on point. Mauga and Lucio are the only ones standing. You're going to see Pharah contest, but it's not going to be enough. It's over. 1:36 on the clock after what honestly was a rough showing on the Antarctic Peninsula. Shambali is maybe their map.
They are. Oro is a Shambali team. I mean, you look at the logo. It does kind of look a little bit like something that you would see on like one of Zenyatta's skins or something. Honest Overwatch wins again, says Whispers. You know what?
Hey, we can't deny them that right now.
Are we? I'm not being paid to spread Brawl propaganda, but give this guy Reddit gold. Oh, that's great. Yeah, so curious if we're gonna see more Ramatra from Kaleidoscope on attack. Interesting. See if that Ryan Pharah combination continues to be the key. No. Okay.
Are we getting a Ryan mirror?
Looks like they might be taking the mirror.
Are we getting a Ryan mirror?
The thing I'm curious about here especially is that Kiriko pick. If that stays, which I think it could, I don't want to say that the Kiriko is strictly worse in a Rhine May Cass mirror, but the BAP just has so much natural synergy with the May, with the Cassidy, and also against especially the opposing May, that there's a reason that this comp is almost always played with Baptiste.
Right. And the Lucio bait was there, but wasn't enough. They're gonna get taken. Swifters gets taken out really quick. Whispers is also really low though, so we need to make sure we stay alive here. We saw the pins come out. Kaido's gonna be taken out really quickly, and we're gonna see the mirror with the Kiriko instead of the Baptiste. So there's that big difference. But now you're gonna see Whispers get a lot of ult charge here off of Tekujin and Parity. They're actually going to be pushing again. That is Kaleidoscope very quickly. The pin is going to come out. Not going to do much there. Just fighting the demons is Kaido. And now we're just looking for something. Blinded gets the pick. That's a pick that opens the door. Tekujin's going to get Kaido. But Toxic, Trousers, and Tekujin, and Parity, and Osiren are all gone. There's the team kill that you were looking for there.
Yeah, the Kiriko definitely has. I mean, like, look, you can play it. Which obviously Kumosumo is showing that you can play it here. No ult online just yet. Look at the difference in Earth Shatter charge between Tekujin and Kaido.
Osiren's gonna be a quick pick onto Amor, and now you're gonna see Tekujin go down, so you trade out a DPS for your tank, which could be a good one in the long run, but Blinded's gonna find Osiren. Oh, Blinded finds two. Blinded looking for a third, wants the third. Needs the third. We'll get the third. Looking for a fourth maybe, but will not find it. Kaido is going to clean that one up. And now Kaleidoscope is rolling.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe these teams just both suck at defending Shambali. I don't know. But yeah, Kaleidoscope making very good time right now. Oro had a little bit more success with their spawn hold than Kaleidoscope did. But Deadeye.
Here we go. Yeah, they're gonna high noon. We're gonna see both blizzards come out. That speed boost definitely helping the Cassidy on there. Shatter's gonna come out, and it's a big one. Parady's gonna find Tanic. Osiren and Tekragen finding their counterparts each, and that should be the end of that fight, even when you see a Kiriko rush in there. More could die, but will not. Swifters has beat now. Toxic is just a tad bit behind, and you still have your window to fight for Oro.
Yeah, Toxic's gonna have that, or should have that beat by the time this fight kind of gets started properly. What I'm looking at is, especially that amplification matrix. When you have that matrix and the other team doesn't, you can potentially use that to
Yeah. There's the beat for Swifters. Shatter comes through, but it's blocked. Big time play from Tekragen. Whispers is going to pop out the ult, and Whispers finds Tanic B in the process of it, doing great work. If you are on the side of Oro, trying to tie this series up, making all the plays you need to at the right times, Whispers going to get Swifters in the process of that. And just a minute 15 left on the clock. Tekragen trying to round out the rest of this little bit of stragglers. Will do so. We're going to have about a minute on the clock when we start this next engage.
Yeah, this is the Shambalingrad that I think a lot of us are more used to. Oro holding firm here.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. Looking for the shatter.
Like we're watching.
They don't know. They don't know. It's a big one. Finding another one. Actually, huge Zuzu, but they're still gonna pay the price with their lives. It's over. Blinded is also gonna get taken out in the process of it. Trying to find another here. Will not be able to find that. Those port line. Lucio's a little too elusive. But big shatter. Kaido just swept over to the Ramatra, so the ult charge is going to be about the same. Osiren and Toxic both have ults now, with Blinded as the only other one with the high noon. Tanic might get the ult in the middle of the fight, though.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Kaleidoscope. I fear they're a bit. I don't think they're going to be able to get Kitsune Rush in time unless a more really heal bots the tank.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Wait, Tekragen got out alive from that, and Osiren finds a hit. Parody is gonna get Swifters. Osiren gets another one. The fight's over. That's a team kill. The map is over. The Kaleidoscope is held on first point, and we've had two dominant.
Wholesome Chungus wins again.
We've had two dominant maps each way.
Teku might be him, or at least only on Shambali. I like the matching. I know those aren't the same skin. One of them's Outlaws, and one of them's the Contender skin.
Not bad.
But great, yeah, really impressive Reinhardt play from Tekragen. The kind of like quick tempo and frankly boldness and possibly a little bit of courageous stupidity that you need to really play Reinhardt right now.
That's what Reinhardt is.
Just not being afraid to just go in there and trust in your supports. Obviously held up also by some great bat play from Whispers.
Yeah, no, phenomenal job. And I mean, we really have to hit him with the. I'm sorry, Tekragen, we weren't familiar with your game because that was insane. Great job, honestly. Great map, honestly, for momentum. Right after what happened on Antarctic Peninsula, going into Shambali and winning that map, what 3-0? Like that's huge. It's a huge momentum boost if you are Oro. And now you're going into the final map. I mean, I'm going to assume they're going to pick something that strays away from playing that Reinhardt, which is what Tekragen wants to play. So we'll see what they do and see what subs are adjusted with that pick. So yeah.
In their last match, when Kaleidoscope had the opportunity to pick a push map, they did select Colosseo.
True.
So maybe we'll be seeing that again. I haven't actually really seen Colosseo, like the revamped Colosseo played.
I haven't seen it yet.
So that'll be interesting.
Outside of practice, like going into custom games, I haven't been in a game with it. But
oh yeah, I don't think I've even been in a
good
game with it yet.
Oh, you need to. It's beautiful. It's a very good change.
What do you think of the new push map, Runasapi?
It's cool looking.
Awesome, right?
It's cool looking. A lot of flanking opportunities.
So good.
A lot of flanking opportunities. Yeah. So excited to see that. We'll see what they pick. I'm assuming they're gonna go Colosseo, but who knows? I think push is open for either team.
Got some interesting substitutions coming.
Yeah,
in
we
here. I
do.
didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No, you're good. Go for it.
the Gurgler is back in.
Love
the
it.
Sigma legend, the Gurgler. And we're also going to have another sub from Kaleidoscope. Fairy is going to be coming in for Kumo Sumo. So
Yep.
Kaleidoscope basically now going back to their map 1 lineup.
Yep. Basically.
Maybe this is their Sig lineup, or maybe they were kind of just sandbagging map 2. Who knows? I don't want to make assumptions, but we're going to be going into map 3 right now, which is going to be, do I have it here?
We don't have it yet. We're
We
waiting
don't
on the
have
pick. Yeah, you're good. We're waiting on the pick.
There's one of 3 choices, basically.
Right. We're not playing the new map.
Or maybe 4. I don't know if Runasapi is available. It'd be
I don't
cool
think
if it
I-
was. I'd love it. It's in ranked. I mean,
Is it really?
yeah,
wow.
I had it in ranked earlier. Yeah.
That's crazy that they dropped it off rip. From what I know, it's just the 3. So.
I'm being informed that we cannot, in fact, play the new map. That just
Yeah,
came
I
out.
didn't think so, but I can't believe it's in comp already. No, I mean, I expect Coliseo, and the reason I do is because I think Esperanza, its ability to rush with Ryan is a little bit better. In Coliseo, there's a lot more weird high grounds you have to hold when you're pushing through, right? Like Esperanza, you just have that one bridge, and you can go around it. With Coliseo, you can't really do that as much.
Yeah.
So that's my thing.
London Spitfire knows
Has done wonders
how
to this
hard,
game.
knows to say how hard it is to play Ryan on Esperanza. If you remember the incident.
Oh yeah,
Boston
but
Uprising.
I would say it's
But,
easier to play it on Esperanza than it is on Coliseo as a resident tank player.
Yeah.
But I mean, we know Teku's just gonna do whatever the heck Teku feels like doing, so we're here for it, and I'm excited to see what map we end up picking once we get there.
Yeah, it seems like they're gonna live by the Reinhardt, die by the Reinhardt. And
Right.
are they gonna live by the Reinhardt as they did on map 2, or are they gonna die by the Reinhardt as they did on map 1? We will see on map 3, which is
There it
going to
is.
be Coliseo, like you
Makes
said.
sense.
You know, honestly, I'm not really sure how the changes have affected what's played on the map. Obviously, like,
It
one of the big
hasn't.
things is this always used to be a really big Sojourn map, and
Yeah,
Sojourn got shot in the back of the head by the Blizzard Balance team.
I mean, it wasn't that bad, but yeah, it's a pretty hefty nerf.
Yeah, well, at least in the sense that, I mean, she's not really being played.
She's not
She hasn't been
required
played in
anymore.
any
Like
of
she used to
the-
be like the best
Yeah.
character in the game.
Like, Cass is the new premier hit skin, it seems.
I will say, our graphics team does a phenomenal job, but we're gonna have to get y'all a new updated shot of Coliseo because I still see glass and there ain't no glass no more. So I'm gonna need y'all to get an updated shot for me. I ain't tired of looking at glass. I thought we were done with it. All right. Nah, our
Just enjoy
graphics
the
team, they do such a
beautiful-
good job. Everything looks so beautiful all the time.
And
I love
yet
it.
you still complain. No, I'm
I
kidding.
have to. I just it's the little things. If I don't point it out, maybe they're like, whoa, I didn't notice that. And then we're gonna have no glass next time we see it for the beginning of the season, and we're gonna be propped and ready. I'm excited for it, you know?
Yeah.
But no, they do a great job. I compliment them every chance I get because the quality and just the shots and everything that we do is just phenomenal. Like I didn't even know that artwork existed on this map. Look at that.
So
Where else are you gonna get that type of quality?
Yeah, you know, OWCS production, DreamHack, finding every pigeon possible. That was
loved it.
extremely fun.
Love it.
Production, if you can show us any
Oh!
images of pigeons, that would always be greatly appreciated.
I remember, who was it? Yesterday, we were casting, and I thought it was the funniest experience. I casted with a gentleman from the UK,
Pigeons
and
right now.
we saw pigeons. Yeah, no, I casted with someone from the UK, and we found it was a pigeon shot. And he's like, "Do you have pigeons in the US?" I'm like, "Yeah, they're everywhere, man."
I'm from New York. I think they have more rights than most people.
Yeah,
I mean-
Chicago. So we got a lot of.
Yeah,
look
we
at this.
got-
Look at this
yeah.
glassless society we live in. Oh,
Yeah,
Tekajin
well,
bamboozled me.
They're zooming quickly.
So we're getting different fight angles, and I think that's really cool because usually we meet in the middle, but since you can just cut through without the glass, that
No
alleyway is a lot
more-
more valuable.
no more really long neutral fights is kind of the big thing. Much more beneficial to close range stuff, I think, in this neutral. Here's the
Yeah.
TP. Oh, it's
We're
a
gonna
fake
not take it.
TP.
It's a good fake. We're gonna walk in, but Tekajin finds a lot of HP gone and is gonna pay with life. But you're gonna trade tanks, so maybe there's a chance that we get a good fight here. But Tanic's gonna find one in Osiren. Toxic's gonna trade out Blinded, so now we're looking at 3v3. Tanic is low. Parody is gonna get one. The Symmetra is charged, powered up. Fairy is gone, and you're gonna see a big fight win when people are down for Oro. Right when you thought they were down and out, they're gonna get a very clutch win and take the first push progress.
Yeah, Sim really able to clean up in those fights that go on a very long while with her primary fire. As I want to talk a little bit about the comps now. Kaleidoscope rolled out on May Cass. Now Tanic is swapped over to the Pharah.
Makes sense.
Like, all right, let's try and go back to what worked on map.
Unless Osiren does
never
that.
Mind. Sorry, Osiren. Thanks for interrupting me. Oro still on a roll here. Nice TP.
Huge TP. Blinded was caught out alone. You're gonna see Fairy get taken out too, and it's Lucio's pinned, taken into spawn to hit the wall. That's that newly added wall, may I add. And now Gurgler is gonna be gone, and they're already in spawn. They've touched the spawn doors. They have to win now.
Yeah, let's not be too hasty here, but looking very strong for Oro right now. Have 3 ults, coming up on 2 others in not too long. Kaleidoscope very far behind. We are gonna have some Gurgler Rhine. It's gurgling time, is the thing that I'm sure somebody said.
It makes sense to me. And you're gonna see a big pin in. Shatter's gonna get slammed down behind. I don't know if it's gonna pick up any KOs. Blinded's gonna go down. Toxic, the Lucio player, finding 2. Osiren gets another one. The Gurgler is gonna find Toxic, but that's just on the way out. And you're gonna have first cap point already. Close spawn is online, and if it's just your Lucio you're losing, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, this is quickly getting rough for Kaleidoscope. Seems like whatever happened on map 1, I mean, it just seems like a fluke right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I told you there was. Oh, that was almost one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. If he had just a second longer, it was over for him. But you're gonna see a big play. Shatter's gonna come through. No, it's not. Gurgler is canceled. He was gone before he had a chance to do anything. Beat's gonna come out for Kaleidoscope to try to contest. It's a 5v4, but you're gonna see Toxic match it. Tekogen's gonna find Blinded. They switch over to Symmetra to try to help with this situation, but Tekogen, the Rhine legend, doing everything they can to put the team in the backpack and bring them to victory across this finish line after being down 1-0.
Yeah,
they're just not a control team. That's what I've noticed.
I really question Gurgler taking this Reinhardt mirror. It just seems like Oro, at least, maybe it's just they have the wind at their back, but it seems like they have a much stronger understanding of like how to play the Rhine comp on this move. They also just seem more coordinated with it.
A huge flank window on the high ground. You got some low people. Fairy's gonna get Tekogen though, but Osiren's gonna get. They're gonna get blinded with the turret. Actually, Osiren's gonna get taken out, so it's a 3v4, 2v4 now. Fairy's gonna get Whispers, the counterpart. So it's just 2 left. Toxic and Parody just trying to make something happen. Parody might get a KO here. Parody might get a KO here. Parody might get a KO here. But so close, not so far. But Gurgler's gonna get the 2 cleanups and 113 meters, 6 minutes left. I'm not saying it's losable. It's very winnable, as always on push, but it's very hard. It's very hard.
Honestly, it is extremely losable for Kaleidoscope. Just, sorry, for Oro, I mean.
I agree.
I mean, 4 minutes in and 113 meters, Kaleidoscope gets their first fight win. They're going to try and parlay that into a second.
Big Shatter again.
Shatter got blocked by something. I'm not quite sure what. Is all of Kaleidoscope are just going to get torn apart behind their own sim wall.
I don't know if you saw this or not, but Oro popped they both had sim wall up. That Shatter went through. It got 3. 3 people got hit on that Shatter. Yeah. So Gurgler backed up just a smidge, and 3 were on the ground. Because of that. So the Shatter did get 3, and that's what helped clean that up with the Maywall, and you just start swinging through it. Shatter from the top rope, a big boop. Toxic making big plays. High Noon coming out from Osiren, trying to find anything. That TPs have been good, and you're going to see Fairy get taken out with it. Now you're looking at trying to get this May. Will not be able to do so. Ryans are traded out. Now you're going to be able to get it. Tanic's gone, and now with their push and team kill, I don't know if they're going to get any more progress on this because they might have to leave without a tank, but we'll see. They're gonna get a little bit more progress, it looks like.
That I just want to go back to the Gurgler Shatter. That was a bit of a derpy Shatter. I don't know if you remember that clip that went around in a Face It League match of Derpy doing the Shatter on the Oasis jump pad and he was holding it for like 5 seconds before he hit the ground.
I did see that. That was funny. Oh my gosh! Fire Strike connects on Swifters. There's the May freeze.
Almost got another Shatter also.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Tekujin's cooking. Blinded's dead. Blinded.
Blinded too much.
I don't know what happened, but the tanks are traded out again, and now you're just trying to stay alive if you are Kaleidoscope, and you're going to take out 2, but you're not going to be able to stay alive. Parody and Osiren, the DPS duo, cooking Kaleidoscope right now as they're getting close to the end as they get another one. This is getting really close to dangerous if you are Oro. 130 meters to only a measly 2 and counting. They're going to try to get out a big TP, by the way. That's very smart on the side of Parody.
Tactical retreat, important to not overpress your advantage, because push, especially now that the robot's been sped up, it's a little bit easier to make a comeback as Oro are ready to take another fight and they have Shatter to do it.
Yeah, and they're taking it in there, and a big Shatter once again, but Beat is there to save the day. You're going to try to find a pin, but the bot stops everything. Gurgler is gone yet again. Immortality Field is there to save, but Tanic's in a danger zone, but no, you're not trapped here with me. I'm trapped here with you. That's what Tekujin had to say about that, but your team is just taking everyone out. Tekujin is so aggressive that everyone else just kills everyone else.
Yeah, all sorts of swaps coming in now from Kaleidoscope. Gurgler's going to go to Mauga, Fairy's going to go over to Kiriko, and now Kaleidoscope are just on a weird hodgepodge comp with, frankly, some anti-synergy. May Kiriko doesn't have that much natural synergy, in my opinion.
Hey, at some point you have to realize, can we go to comfort? Can we make some things happen? What will happen? So we're trying to find anything with this high noon and won't be able to find it. But you notice the team is separated now. Now the Blizzard comes out to try to get some kills off. You're going to find one, which is huge. It's a big one. Whispers is out of here. Now you're trying to find anything else to help yourself get past this. Osiren's not in the best spot here and is going to get taken out for it. There's the pin from Gurgler trying to get something. Then maybe this is it. Maybe Ramatra's the thing that helps you out here. Ramatra, I'm so sorry. It's Samoan, man. We had Ramatra last map. This is Mauga. That's the character. Maybe this is it. 2 minutes left on the clock. What can you do?
Yeah. Does Ramatra have a nationality?
Omnic? Is that a nationality?
More importantly, Oro is going to be preparing up for this next fight. They don't have neither ults on either side. So this is going to be a raw mechanical fight. I'm looking at Parody Symmetra do a lot of work here.
Yeah, Parody is putting in a lot of work already. You could see it going through. Gurgler's really low. 1:40 left is what I'm looking at. But Tekujin's really low as well. They're going to get the Immortality Field out, but Gurgler's going to go down. That Immor saved the day. Blinded got a big stick onto Parody, but it was not enough. Osiren's going to get taken out, so there's the trade there. Trying to get anything out. Blinded's going to get Whisper. Swifter's going to go down now. Now it's Blinded is on a tear, trying to find other people. This Tracer's looking good, but it's not good enough. Blinded's going to get taken out. Tanic's going to find Parody, though, on the wall, and now you're going to put a wall up to try to save your team from getting taken out. Immortality Field also getting used. Now you have reinforcements to help you out. Window's going to get used, so now you just run away if you're Tekujin and Toxic, and you're going to walk away with your life. And now it's actually something comebackable, but 16 meters counting down is going to be so hard to come back from in this scenario.
They are chipping away at that lead little by little. Kaleidoscope is going to have to win, I'm going to ballpark 5 team fights, probably.
Sounds about right, but on overtime at that point.
Yes, they'll probably be able to get 1, maybe 2 before overtime, but Oro here, Tekujin has another Earth Shatter.
Oh, Siren's going to find 1, so that's not a good opening. Yeah, it's very bad opening. Parody's going to find another. Now Siren's going to find 2, and there's only 25 seconds left on the clock as they've taken control. And somehow Swifter stays alive. Tanic needs to die or get a KO in the process of it. 3 are down. They're not going to touch the bot. 15 seconds. They're going to force them to get all the way here and fight them up close. Shatter and Beat online.
Sorry, yawning. Yeah, Tanic B is doing his best here, but there's...
I don't think they can touch.
Oh, Tekujin.
There it is. Tekujin gets in. Shatter goes through, trying to find the Baptiste. Well, Tanic's going to get the KO. They did have the touch with the Tracer, so that means they're trying to do anything. They're going to trap Symmetra and Baptiste here, trying to find Bap. Osiren's going to get taken out, but it's already too much damage. Tanic maybe doing work here, trying to find some people left over. Parody's really low, is going to get taken out, but they're going to trade. It's a Lucio v. Lucio on point, if I'm not mistaken. The Lucio battle, Toxic versus Swifters. You have reinforcements now with the Reinhardt, trying to just stay touching and keep doing everything. And it's just not enough. It's not enough. The control on push was just too much. The lead was too great. And Oro clutches up at the end with this amazing Reinhardt comp. and wins to go to the grand finals 2-1.
Yeah, what a strange series. Oro gets, I mean, like, fair to say, absolutely destroyed on map 1, playing this exact same Reinhardt comp. Map 2, full caps Shambali, not easy to do. Full hold Shambali, then, here on push, gets out to like an 130-meter lead. Playing, again, Reinhardt the entire time.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you what the difference is between those. Maybe the lineup that they had in map 1 was sort of their, I don't want to say B team, but like, you know, maybe that was them kind of getting their subs in. But yeah, Oro with a very convincing win on those second 2 maps. And yeah, I was really very impressed by Whispers, by Parody, and Tekujin's got a little bit of that Chad in him, you know?
Yeah, listen, I gotta respect it. And I mean, it was a great map win. And this is both of their games that they've played. They've lost on Control and have won the last 2 maps. So grand finals, you can't do that, because if you lose Control, you still got to win 3 maps. So we're not doing just the 2 maps. So you gotta come in and win like a Flashpoint, some other things. That is fun. I respect the rush. I love seeing Reinhardt. Reinhardt's a great point. It's a fun character to play, and it's very enjoyable. If you had to give a player of the match for this game, who would yours be?
Let me think. You know, I would probably have to give it to probably Osiren or Whispers, one of the 2.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. You know what? I'll go with Whispers just because I thought the support diff in terms of offensive pressure felt pretty strong. As much as Osiren and Parody and Tekujin showed up in the kill feed, Whispers was probably the one that was like the most consistent across all 3 maps, which is also a big help. So I'm gonna give the nod to Whispers.
Hey, can't do what you do on that character if you don't have the man hitting the hammer. So I'm gonna go Tekujin on my side, but that's a biased situation. I'll take it. But the man cooked. He cooked. Let's get one last look at the bracket before we head on out of here. As you can see today, you just saw the first game of 3 that we'll have. Eventually, Oro will move on to that grand final slot in that top part. BroZone versus Corvidae is up next, so don't go anywhere. The winner of that has a date with Oro in the grand finals at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on BPL 2. With that, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. I know I'm going to stick around. I believe Ben is done for the day on us. It has been a pleasure having you here, and I hope to have many more casts with you for the rest of BPL Season 6. Prod team did a phenomenal job, and they're going to keep cooking as we continue this day. But don't go anywhere. More Overwatch right around the corner. You all have a wonderful day. See ya.
Peace out. Thank you all for having me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back. BPL Kickoff Tournament. This is just a blast. Season 6 is awesome, and we got another banger of a semifinal matchup for you. But I am not alone. Biscuit has joined me. Biscuit, what's going on?
Yo, hello. Look, hey, we are back indeed because, and we're going to be back in fashion, right? Because we're moving on to the semifinals of our kickoff tournament. A lot of you may remember yesterday we had a lot of games happening in at the same time. One of the A League, B League, and C League divisions. And don't forget, although you may be tuning into BroZone versus Corvidae, there's some other matches happening in the mainstream and on our third stream. So definitely, if you have 2 monitors, dual wield that. If you have triple monitors, triple wield that. Master Chief style, you have Reinhardt Rally versus This Is My Cat, banger team name, and Sayonara versus Sleepy Kittens happening in the respecting time slots that you can see on the stream. So even though you have us here, your power couple of casters, you can definitely go tune in on the other matches.
Listen, I just saw the chat and I saw Laura's not playing, and I'm upset because I love Laura, but these rosters are stacked. We were talking about it pre-game. Corvidae, BroZone got some stacked rosters. BroZone having Illuminous, they have Alwyn, they have Amor, they have McMeme, they have Gavin, they have Fungin, they have Mahir. Fungin is awesome. I love Fungin. Fungin's a great support player. And then shout out, you were talking leagues about Corvidae. Show me what they got.
Right, as I was going to say about Corvidae, right? You have Greninja, Star Platinum. Star Platinum right now playing on DPS, even though we know them more as a little bit of a tank player. Really good monkey. They might be flexing, that's what I'm assuming. Greninja, really solid. I think they were playing on DIY during BPL Season 5. That team fell a little bit short of getting their hands on that trophy, but we have to remember that regular season was dominated by them and a couple of other teams that were really strong. I will have to admit, Lore, Greninja, Star Platinum, definitely the highlights of Corvidae, and I'm not very familiar with the rest, but as you were saying, right, BroZone, I saw them play yesterday. They had a really tough.
I heard they popped off.
No, they absolutely did. They had a match against Fly Out West in a really comical Havana match. We forget about that one. That looked like a ranked game. But Samoa and Colosseo was just absolutely just BroZone putting on a show of what they can do on the dive comp. So I'm expecting to see a lot of monkey. I'm excited to see a lot of fast-paced gameplay. For the viewers at home, Davian, we must remind them there's going to be a first to 2 match starting up on Antarctic Peninsula. And whoever loses will be eliminated from the bracket, and whoever wins, right, and whoever wins will be facing off against Ouroboros, who was able to take it 2-1 against Kaleidoscope. I will have
a great game.
Yeah, I will have to admit though, I still don't know if that's the Valorant butterfly or the Fortnite butterfly. That's still on my list of things to know. But yeah, very exciting matchups, Davian, that we have today. And just 2 matches away before the kickoff tournament is over.
Yeah, no, we're almost done with the kickoff tournament, and it's been a fun one. But I do want to point out on this bracket, we went really quick. Corvidae hasn't dropped a map all bracket. I want that to be known. They haven't dropped a single map. They've barely given up 2 points. That's how they literally they won 2-0, 1-0 in their opening round, won 2-1, 2-1 in their quarterfinals. Like, they've barely given up a few points. BroZone already has dropped 1 map, and that's okay. But I just want to point that out before we head into Antarctic, where they haven't played yet, but neither has BroZone, and this should be a fun one. I'm really excited to see how each team decides to go ahead. You said, hey, we could see a lot of monkey, we could see those types of things. I am really intrigued to see how they push that out and how it works out.
Yeah, and before the semifinals, every single match, every single series was started on Samoa, which is absolutely a brawl map, like through and through, a brawl map, truly. But Antarctic Peninsula, even though you want to play the Maga, even though you could play the Sigma, the Ramacha, all of those classical picks that just like to be punching and aggressive on point, you can definitely play dive, for example, in the underground section of the map. So do not come here expecting to see only one kind of comp to be played. I think we're going to see a lot of variety, Davion. And I'm excited because BroZone, definitely a team that favors the dive, and I'm a little bit unfamiliar with the side of Corvidae, but just as we're mentioning, if you go check all of their maps, they haven't lost, and the only team that they lost to was Whipshot Warriors, which wasn't quite able to pull through with the win. But as you can see, Antarctic Peninsula will be moving on to Escort guaranteed and push as a tiebreaker in case we do need it.
Right. And so far, Corvidae hasn't seen a push map. Not even a little bit this tournament. So I'm intrigued to see how they what that response looks like.
Yeah, I mean, even if they haven't played it, right? I think Push, we've been playing it since the start of Overwatch 2. And the thing with Push is that, of course, even though the maps are a little bit different, for example, Colosseo, a little bit more brawl sided, maybe Sigma Poke, for example, and Queen Street, definitely more of a rush kind of map. They all kind of play to an extent a little bit more same-ish, right? It's not like, for example, in Escort where you have to adapt to Havana, where you have to adapt to Circuit Royale, all these maps that definitely changed. But now that we're in control, let's talk about it. Greninja seems to be on the Doomfist, although the picks do not guarantee them yet, Davion. We know how much they like to troll on the casters when the game just starts. But BroZone,
they always do us dirty.
Yeah, looking like they want to play a little bit of Reinhardt Rush. I really like the idea. Funjin, crowd favorite Lucio player. I think they might be favoring. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Illuminous. We did see them on the ball yesterday, and I like the combination with the Pharah. Yeah, a lot of disruption. That's what I like about the comp the most. You're definitely struggling before. Hey, am I shooting the person shooting 150 rockets at my head, or the ball all the way on my backline? We won't know till we see it happen.
Yeah, and Corvidae is going for a more traditional comp that's been more meta recently. Definitely what we've been seeing, just no Mauga, instead seeing Sig, which is just all about comfort with your tank player, what they prefer to play in those two scenarios. Yep. So that's what I've been noticing. And I mean, it's pretty normal for BroZone, except for McMeme is already down. Autumn has gotten the pick off and now pelting the ball a lot. Illumina's taking a ton of damage and may not get out alive, but will get out alive. Now they're going to get a quick cap for Corvidae, and this is what we've been seeing from them the entire time. They have been very dominant in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I know. And like, as soon as I saw Greninja on the lineup, you know that they are playing a solid Sigma. You know that their neutral is going to be almost unbreakable at this point. On BroZone, they seem to be sticking onto the ball 55% up until the mines. I don't know how much it's going to do. Maybe put Autumn into a little bit of trouble, but McMeme is lagging behind a lot since that missed position. Yeah, Illuminous on the Monkey, absolute classic. It's all going to be about diving Autumn and Tyler, who don't really have any way to get out. But I don't know how Illuminous is going to be able to get in with so much poke from the side of Corvidae.
Yeah, it's a lot to deal with. When you're dealing with Pharah, you're dealing with Cash, you're dealing with Sigma. That poke is insane. We're going to see Illuminous already below half HP, and Tracer for Amor is actually an interesting swap too. Illuminous really low. Illuminous actually going to go down. Not had the ability to get the characters. I think went in before, but here was set up to be able to help out. So it's just another dead fight, 50% in counting, and now you just move on.
Right, and of course, the monkey brain. Oh my God, Amor is down, and McMeme does it. It seems to follow up soon right after. It looks like Mahir is going to be able to get out, and even though there's 3 people alive on the side of BroZone, I don't think there's any picks happening right here. Lumina is struggling to get out or get anything started, and 4 ultimates coming up on the side of Corvidae. And just before we keep going, I will mention, even though the monkey brain might identify, hey, Corvidae definitely has an advantage, as in, hey, we can just poke you out and keep you out. It's way harder, like way easier said than done. Right? It's hard to deal with these guys. So with 4 ultimates, it might not be the case.
Yeah, you have 4 ultimates. The only person with an ultimate coming online is Funjin. Mahir might be really close too, obviously. But this is very close to last fight territory. If you are BroZone, you need to win this fight in order to stay alive in this point. You're going to see it come out, but you're going to see Barrage match it. Beat helps, so now it's a trade. Finally, a pick comes out. The Pulse Bomb goes out. That speed boost helping out a ton. Nice little buff. Funjin's going to meet the demise, and that might be it. 97%, 98%. Are they going to be able to touch to be able to keep it alive? No.
Absolutely not.
Dominant showing to start this game.
Oh yeah, and just look at what they are playing, right? They're playing the Sigma. It's all about playing solid. It's about playing slow, playing your neutral, right? And BroZone definitely looking like they want to play really fast. Like Illuminous on the Monkey, more on the Tracer. Of course, you have really good players to kind of execute that dive, but it's hard. Like, you cannot get in without taking a little bit of damage or a lot of damage, wasting some of your cooldowns. Tyler definitely struggling to follow up when they are on picks that are not really able to follow up the speed of the Monkey, right? So BroZone, a little of a struggle. That first point was definitely not even a competition, but now we're moving onto the subsection of Antarctica, and this is where things are going to get interesting now that Illuminous has been forced on the Sigma. I think last time we saw them play, they were on Monkey, no matter what, but now matching, it seems like it's going to be a mirror matchup. Yeah.
Oh, it's a good call. If we can match it and do a good job on it, then you're good to go. but we know what Greninja is bringing to the table every time they whip out this Sigma. So hopefully Illuminous can match it and do a good job. But everyone on BroZone is half HP right now. They're just now getting healed up and recovering all that HP. Illuminous is just staying consistently low. Big hands to stay alive. But it's too much damage that's coming out. A lot of poke. And Corvidae is already going to get the point capped. We're going to see off the high ground now as Greninja, though. So now we're going to see a little bit of a push from BroZone trying to make something happen, and they will make something happen. Anzi gets picked out. Illuminous finally finds something, has the high ground, looking to get a little bit more control on this point. They have the point presence now. Amor is trying to go from behind, but you are getting denied immediately. And now you're just seeing the immortality come out, and it's not going to be enough to help them out here. But they are sticking around and staying alive. Again, playing with dangers. I see everyone on BroZone at half HP. Illuminous just treading with death. Does not die, but already a big flux out from Greninja. Has people very low, but will not get the KOs. Now finds one with Mahir. Now it's just Luminous on point. Fungin's gone. They have so many ults to be able to use in their bag, but they just aren't able to get them quick enough as the flip comes there, and Corvidae wins that fight.
I understand the idea of BroZone, right? Just committing maybe the window. I think the window came out definitely the wrongest of times, the worst time possible. Just dropping it on top of the Sigma and hoping to do something. But I love the idea from Corvidae, right? You lose one of your players really early due to Illuminous like just getting some beautiful shots in, but then play your life. Like, it's always winnable as long as you're staying alive. You can do damage if you're there, right? So they managed to play it slow, but it looks like BroZone does not want to do that.
No, they're going to go for the flux, and you're going to see Beat come out, so that's going to help out a ton. Now you're going to see Window and walk through. Now you're in a really bad spot because you have no cooldowns. Illuminous is going to go down. High Noon had a chance to get a KO, but got maybe a little greedy. We'll get that other one. We're going to see the barrage come out from Amork finding Tyler, but that's just not enough to help flip this fight. And now it's 70%, and we're pretty much in last fight territory.
I will say I'm a little intrigued by Autumn's decision not to one-shot Tyler or Ansi. It seemed like they were looking to get maybe a double right in there, but I will say that was a very expensive loss from the side of BroZone. Committing both your Pulse Bomb and your Gravitic Flux specifically onto a fight that you're not going to win is going to be tragic, and then you have to be ready to trade them with this Barrage because Corvidae, they have one ready to go. Oh, never mind.
And we're going to see a trade, though. Amor is going to get taken out, but McNeem gets one. So that means that they're going to fight without their Barrage here, which is huge. That's the only ult they had online. They have the touch. There's the High Noon. That's a big, almost KO, but a big immortality field to save. Now you have Beat, and now you have to hide a little bit, even though you had the Beat on you. And now you're just trying to find anything to stay alive. If you are BroZone, Corvidae just being dominant here. We're gonna get McNeem get a KO, but he's gonna trade out with life. It's Tyler though, so that's a big pick. Greninja is getting low. That means you have the ability, while no Baptiste, to maybe win this fight. But a Barrage is gonna come out. Immortality field is there. Big eat. Bungie gets the KO, but Mahir's out. Now the High Noon and a big rock to save the day. No way that you get that off, and now we're looking for anything to sustain. If you're BroZone, try to win the fight. Tyler's almost back. They can't find a KO. Greninja's been solo this whole time along with Autumn. The immortality comes out. Beat is there to save the day. Now BroZone now has to just sit there and worry. They get somehow the flux off, and Greninja goes down. Tyler is out of the game as well. Autumn goes down. Illuminous is going to suffer with life, but McNeem is cleaning up right now, and Mahir gets that, and they flip it finally.
That was the messiest of fights that I've seen in a couple days. Trust me, there's so many POVs that I would have been interested in watching because Illumina's really good recognition. Hey, they committed the beat, so maybe giving them my Gravitic Flux as well is going to be okay, right? You're able to play the neutral and get it at the same time so they can like both negate each other. The big issue, Corvidae is coming back with a vengeance. They have a big Gravitic Flux, and if Fungin doesn't get beat within the next couple of seconds, they might just pay with the entire point and the map at this point.
Or just get a pick right off rip if you're Autumn. Now they're gonna flux, trying to sustain, but that's too much. The big hit on that immortality field. Mahir's gonna find Anzi though on that, and Illuminous is also gone. And yeah, it's just not enough. They're gonna come in with Beat. They're gonna be able to save Mahir. They're looking to maybe stall. Illuminous moves over to Doomfist. Amor has the ult coming online. Is gonna find one, looking for another one. We'll get two. Greninja's gonna go down. Maybe that's enough to save the day. Now that we see a big punch come out, Cassidy's low, Autumn's gone, Amor finding a third, and now Anzi's gone as well, somehow saving the day here, and they're gonna get the flip. And staying alive again is BroZone.
Illuminous comes back on the Doomfist, and I don't think that they will be able to switch out. They won't have enough speed, so now you're committing onto playing the Doomfist. Greninja also have to get the Gravitic Flux, and now you don't have anything for the retake. You're gonna have to play Deadeye to Deadeye, which is not the best of ultimates. You need some really good setup in order to make it work, but it looks like Corvidae is already back thanks to that Lucio speed. Illuminous, now that he's on Doom, you don't really have the follow-up for it, right? A More has to go with you perfectly, and a Rock is going to absolutely murder you if you try to block for the Sigma. But a Charge Punch might just make it or break it here.
Yeah, but I mean, if Amore keeps playing like they have been on this character, you're going to have a chance. Illuminous gets a good punch off, and it goes right into Autumn's LOS, which means they get a KO. Tyler is gone too. High Noon's coming out, looking for anything. Has a Lucio in sight, is KO'd. Greninja's going to go down as well, and there's no one left. I think it's just Tracer, but an 88%, 90%. This comeback has been insane. It has been a very scrappy fight for BroZone as they're trying to fight for their tournament lives here.
And a beautiful turnaround from the center of BroZone. I don't think there's going to be a touch by center quarter. And even if it is, what do you have to follow it up with, though? Greninja's back. There's going to be a Deadeye hold. Oh my god!
Big Deadeye finds Illuminous. Wow, what a hit. But McMean trades out. Tracer's gone. Now, but Autumn finds another with Fungin. Now you're just looking for anything. Autumn's going to go down right before the beat comes out. Beat is there. You have nothing else to work with. Here, it was so close to ultimate to save the day. Is Amore going to be able to do anything this time? Not at all. They still have the point presence, but the point's going to get flipped over. And I don't know if anyone's going to get there in time.
What a heartbreaker.
So close.
What a heartbreaker. BroZone just pulling it from the clutches of defeat. Like, it must have been a lost game in my opinion. You have to lose that. Like, absolutely. There's no way. But they slowly bring it back until they forget to keep track of that Deadeye. It might not be the best ultimate. It definitely is not. But you don't have any way to disrupt it. You don't have any real way to live against it unless you commit your Doomfist to getting a punch in. So forgetting about that definitely becomes it turns into a thorn, which turns into a loss. So nothing to do for the side of BroZone after they lose their tank immediately, and Corvidae is now up 1-0. They be on one game away from securing their spot in the grand finals.
I mean, listen, if we can see some more of that fight from that second point. First point was very dominant for Corvidae. That second point, BroZone, very scrappy fights. It seems like when they lose one, they still have an opportunity to win those fights. And that's something we don't see out of a lot of teams when they lose some big players. So big clutches. I mean, you can't say enough about what Amore, Illuminous, and Fungin were out there doing. I mean, here too on doing a great job. Like the whole team was clutching up and doing their best to just drag them across the finish line. Right at the end, you just didn't have enough. That one High Noon KO on your tank was just enough to do it in. And that's unfortunate because then when they started getting picks, you got the beat coming through. You had a window come through, and you just couldn't do anything to wrap it up. Just not enough resources for BroZone. And Corvidae did a great job clutching that out, making sure they won it. And I'm excited to see what we pick on the what is it? Escort is the map we're going to. So I'd like to see, or is it? Yeah, Escort side. So I'm intrigued to see what we choose on the side of BroZone. But I can't take away from Corvidae. Greninja putting on a freaking clinic out there. The team looks great. Like, what else can I say?
Yeah, and the thing I will say, right, you have a Miliox, for example, those kind of players in this league, which is like, when you watch them play, it's explosive, it's fast, it's sometimes, of course, there's going to be a couple of fumbles when you're playing characters like Winston, when you're playing characters like Doomfist. Hey, there's going to be a sleep dart, there's going to be a Susu that makes you just absolutely lose a pick that you would have been able to get, right? But Greninja is one of my favorite players just because it's always clean. You know, there's of course there's always gonna be a good place of a massive rock that you send through the other side of the map when you interrupt someone, right? But just that consistency of playing slow, playing honest Overwatch, in no other way to really name it, I think that's what sets them apart as a really, really solid tank player. And how do you break through that, right? Like, it's, for example, if you're playing against the Doomfist, they just counter the Doomfist, right? But against Sigma, it's always been one of those comps that you really, really have to think about the ways that you're going to break through that defense. And Davion, I think BroZone definitely needs to have a little bit of adaptation, knowing what to do against that Sigma. I think the Mirror was looking really good, but now they're moving on to Escort. Some of these maps might not really favor them. If you're going into Corvidae, a team that is really solid on the poke, on these slow-paced games, maps like Habana might just be like a death sentence if you choose them. So I don't know what you do here if you're BroZone.
Well, they're gonna go to Dorado. That's first and foremost. And I'm intrigued to see what we decide to play here, because they did come out on Ballcom, so maybe that's what we're gonna go with. I'm very intrigued to see it. But I mean, listen. You're playing for your tournament right now. This is it, BroZone. Your back's against the wall. You lost. You got to win 2 maps in a row to head to grand finals.
Exactly.
And just
Just as Sabian is mentioning, right? Losing is just going to be the end of your tournament life. And even though, of course, this is not the end of the season, like, oh, you're out. Like, no more Overwatch for you. This is still going to affect your seeding. It's going to affect the future brackets that you get into. So definitely, not only the bragging rights, which are very important, that's social credit.
Very fun.
Yeah, those are fun. But I think that seating is really important. Beautiful music. Thank you, Dorado. I love this map. And I do think BroZone is making the right decision here, Davion. Committing on the monkey, committing on the ball picks. I think it's going to be harder to play Sigma when there's such elevation, right? If you get pushed off of high, there's no way you can float up there unless you commit your ultimate. So I think BroZone definitely has an advantage here. But we'll have to see what tricks they have up their sleeve on the side of Corvidae, because this looks like a really incredible team.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they're 5 maps. They won 5 maps in a row for the entirety of the tournament. They have not lost a map yet, and we're trying to see, is BroZone going to end that streak right here, or are we going to keep on? Is the train going to keep on going to the grand finals where they have a date with Oro? So I'm really excited to watch this map. I think this plays a lot of strengths to what BroZone wants to do. The last time they were in a escort situation, it was Havana, and apparently you don't talk about Havana. I did not know what happened, but they lost. So that's all I know. But
yeah, it's one of those matches in which decisions are taken for sure. You know, they go into a room with a hog by themselves on Reinhardt that has an ultimate. The Baptiste decides to dive the backline. There's some interesting stuff happening. If you can watch that match, I think you should watch it. Very interesting.
Okay.
I think BroZone was awesome in there, but Corvidae committing onto the same roster, not doing any changes. Greninja will stay on the Sigma, and I think it's good if you stick to your tools, man. If it's not broken, why fix it? But BroZone committing onto what we were expecting. Ana, Brig, I don't think this is going to be a backline that is going to die unless there's a log delivered straight up into their heads. And Illuminus doesn't really have anyone to follow up their dives unless some more changes to Tracer, and I think that's going to be what happens.
Yeah, I believe we're going to swap. I don't think we're sticking on Symmetra this whole time unless I'm crazy. No, there you go. But oh my gosh, a rock from Gren knocks you off the map. I did not see the sub, but it looked like there was a sub, right? Like BroZone was not playing Nacho Man before, right? I'm not crazy.
It looks like we're gonna have Nacho Man in. I don't know. I think they were
McMeme was in.
McMeme was in. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting these names. Wait, huge dive right there. The Hanzo dropping me a lot more. Is there for the follow up too?
Huge time to get that follow-up after what seemed like an awesome start with the rock going straight to your Cassidy's dome off the map. But now you get a little bit of an advantage here. This it finally gets out of that little area that's really hard to break sometimes. But Nacho's not having a fun time. Autumn cooking right now. Big pick there. Now we're looking for something. You see Illuminus coming over the top rope trying to make something happen. Will not be able to slam right there onto them. Too intense. Has to get out just a little bit to re-get some of the resources. But Autumn is doing a great job. Amore also not having a great time. Got the one pick, but that's all that they've been able to do now for the side of BroZone, is they're gonna have to leave and they're gonna have to fight again.
Yeah, now we're moving on to the dreaded last part of this first point. Illuminus might be a little bit too in, and there's no real way to get them out unless this Ana keeps them up the entire time, and it looks like that was going to happen. A lot of resources were committed right there. And Davion, the thing on this map, right, we were talking about it earlier, poke definitely loses to dive in a lot of situations, but usually what we were talking about is you can poke them out and make it hard to go in. And Illuminus, now that there's such elevation and so many objects in between those shots, it makes it look easy.
Yeah, where'd Tyler go? Tyler's gone. Illuminus is going to get the Nano Monkey. He's going to pick 2 off with the Punch Knight, like looking like Punch out here. But Greninja and I think their Pharah took out two people in the process of this. Pharah's just chilling in the back line. Greninja's trying to stay alive and help out. Now you're going to get an ultimate. Huge now Primal. Nacho Man gets finally the revenge that we've looked for. Primal helps out, cleaning up Greninja, and that should be that fight. Point is theirs.
Yeah, and that is going to be the issue that Corvidae is going to be facing right here. Even though you could poke them before they get in, I don't think that... Oh my god, maybe it gets a
Wait, got stuck. The immortality fill from Tyler was humongous, and High Noon from Autumn finds 2.
Oh my god. That's going to give them a lot of time to set up, which is exactly what you want to do if you're Corvidae. And look at this, that far is not going to get anything.
Nothing is gonna get KO'd immediately. Close to Barrage too. Greninja and Tyler coming up on has the ult. Anzi is coming up on their ult. Autumn's gonna get a more. Tyler's gonna get a Luminous, and I believe this fight's already over. Greninja popped ult for pretty much in nothing, but it was just a threatening roar of the gravity there.
Right, they're getting scared right there, and Greninja is going to survive here. And that's what I'm talking about, Davian. I don't think this is a sustainable plan from the side of Corvidae. There's too little time to poke them, and too little time to react to the dives that BroZone is setting up. But look at that, the backline is already up there. And what are you gonna do if you're Greninja? You cannot take you cannot take the space away from them anymore.
Oh, right, you're on the low ground, but Illuminous is taking a bunch of damage. Big dob from them taking that high ground. They're gonna have Rally to walk in with. Big boop was there from Anzi, but oh my, Anzi just gets the beat off barely. It was really low there. Greninja's still low, looking to get KO'd. They're gonna get a nice little help onto that, but Nacho popped high noon on high ground. I didn't even hear it. Tyler's gone, Amor finds 2 with the follow-up, and now we're just looking to KO the rest and push this cart that has not been pushing this whole time.
Right, and even though the time bank has definitely not been slipping way too low, it's exactly what I was expecting. Greninja, you need to switch. There's no way that you can play Sigma here, because every single time that you get pushed off of a big position, there's no way that you can retake it. At the end of the day, Illumina is going to have a little bit of a harder time against Greninja, but I think their dives have been perfect, and they have the better backline for this situation.
Yep, and it looks like we're going to the Diva is what they picked up instead of Sig now. And now we're looking at the dive in the back, looking for anything, trying to protect the team. It does eat a big pulse bomb, but now you have a free reign on with your Primal Rage. Nacho is going to pick up 2, which I've learned is all win, and they are all in on all win is what I've understood there. Finding 3 in that fight alone, and they're going to get point 2, moving into point 3.
And it's such a struggle for the side of Corvidae, who are slowly starting to adapt their backline. No more, we're going to be seeing Tyler on the Kiriko. Good pick right here. It's going to make it a little bit easier for Autumn to survive, for Tyler to survive well. This is basically the untouchable backline at some point, right? BroZone is going to be getting really close to a rally, negating any sort of dives that Greninja might want to set up alongside their Tracer. And BroZone just has control of the objective, and Corvidae kind of stuck in this little hallway.
Yeah, no, they're trying to get out, but they're gonna poke Illuminous a lot, and you're gonna get a big pulse. Big pulse bomb goes off onto All Win, and that is it for that person. They're gonna get Greninja to take out Gavin as well, and they're just easy to clean up here. Mahir's not gonna be able to do anything with Ana by yourself. Your Brig's gone. More is gonna get taken out, and now this push will stop here, but 2:44 left on the clock.
Yeah, and 2:44 is going to be a lot of time for the side of Corvidae for them to slowly adapt. The bomb is going to be online, of course, nothing threatening for the side of BroZone, but that does mean that they're going to have extended team fights, which is what BroZone absolutely doesn't want. They want to go fast, and they want to make it look like they weren't even there by the time the dust has settled. 22 and 24, Lumina's trying to set up a dive, but Corvidae is right on there to counter it.
Yeah, no, they're trying really hard to make sure that they don't go to a map 3, but they will do so. And Nacho and Gavin are doing their best. They're trying to force it. BroZone's trying their hardest. All Win is in for the ultimate. Cannot find anybody. Just doing a little bit of roll, but does find Anzi, and that is huge. It's huge. Now the bomb is off. The shield comes down to save it. Illuminous is going to get 2, and they're going to be able to, looks like, cap this. Autumn is going to try to get in for a touch on the bench here. A stick comes out and gets Tyler. That is it. Autumn's done. They're not going to be able to do much more. It looks like another touch from Anzi, and now you're going to find a little bit of a stagger. Greninja trying to come in. They see the Tracer coming through. I believe that's Star Platinum coming through and won't be able to touch. That is a wrap for the point. 3 points taken by BroZone, and it's their map. We love this.
Yeah, no, BroZone definitely, as we were expecting, right? You do not want to bring them to, like, this... you don't want to bring them to Habana and give them their strength. They absolutely know what they are doing with this pick. Hey, Dorado, I know how to play live, and I'm going to test you. Can you really counter it? And I think Corvidae may be getting a little bit too cocky, in a way, a little bit too confident that they were going to be able to play the Sigma, but no, definitely not. In Antarctic Peninsula, there's a little bit of bigger sight lines. You definitely have to brawl on that point, and you just keep fighting over and over. But now that there's no time to really poke them out, now that there's no real time to, like, scare them, you know, I think it's scary. I think it's scary to play the Sigma, and that's exactly why we're gonna have Greninja on the monkey for this time. Illumina's on the monkey as well. Dive mirror. Usually you would see the defense side play Diva just for that counter, but it looks like it's not gonna happen. Davian, we're seeing an all offense game on this match.
Yeah, no, there's a chance that we could go all the way on this. And Corvidae whipping out the Winston is going to be really fun.
Yeah, I think Greninja, I mainly have seen them as like almost a Sigma exclusive player, but hey, let's not doubt that monkey, because I know that if they are good on that Sigma, I know they can do just as well on the other tanks. Some more getting a little bit low, they're going to be on the Pharah, which Autumn is going to be hard pressed to find an answer to, because if they let them run rampant, it's going to be a little scary to even dive them.
Yeah, and I really like the Echo coming out from Star. I think it's a really good pick on this map specifically. I think it's just huge. I love how Echo performs on Dorado. It's very much a blast. I can say that much. But Greninja's going to find Illuminous early, taking out the counterpart, and now just looking to maybe clean up some things as you're going to see Star take out a more. The flying lady... Omnic's taken out. Yeah, anyway, you get it. So we're gonna get him here, taking him out, and then 3 others down, and that's a quick fight win for Corvidae. And you know, they must be in chat because they heard us talk and they said, you know what, we're stepping up. I'm sorry.
Right, and with that Primal Roar, I'm a big fan of what they're doing here. Playing the Echo. We've been seeing a lot of Pharah mirrors lately, Davian, but the Echo is just going to be such a good pick, because look at that, Illuminous cannot do anything without getting absolutely melted. And Pharah, of course, you may have rockets, you may hit a direct here and there, but when there's a hit scan beam just tracking you to death, what are you going to do about it? They're getting pressured, and there's 5 minutes on the time bank. Looks like they can play more than just a Sigma, Davian.
Yeah, I've noticed Greninja is very diverse in the move pool. We love to see it, but I am noticing an interesting change. No more Pharah. We're going over to Ash. Illuminous is going to get antied there. We're going to get a cleanse to help out on that side for Greninja, and now we're just looking to see if we can get anything. How did Illuminous get antied? Oh, the copy. The copy. I was so confused. I was like, how did that happen? Copy is there. That's what'll do it for you. And they're just trying to clean up anything. Illuminous might go down here. We'll go down here. And that should be the end of this fight early.
Oh, that's not even a cleanup. That's just a highway robbery for Illuminous, who gets absolutely melted by the Echo. And you're going to need a couple of answers for that. A Primal's going to save the Macho Man. What can you do here?
Oh? It looks like Anzi is going to stay alive. Now you're going to get a Nando Cassidy, who's going to take out one. Here goes down, but now you're trying to clutch up if you're BroZone and stay alive in this fight. Maybe force a little bit more time off the clock. Help yourself a little bit more. You're in a situation where it's a 4v4, and it seems like they're not going to be pushing too aggressive until they get their 5th back. Now you're looking at some people that are low HP. Illuminous trying to finish off Lucio here. Won't be able to. Anzi's not going to be taken out so easily, but will be taken out there. Try to get out at the end there. Now they're just trying to escape with their lives. Corvidae will try to fight for another day. You're going to see Greninja get antied in that. And Illuminous had to pop ult there. Had to pop ult. That sticky bombs connected too much. And that's unfortunate timing for your use of that ultimate. That actually would have been really valuable in this situation.
Yeah, and it's sad that Illuminous overcommits to a fight and ends up having to use their Primal. It may not be like a copy, or it may not be a Death Blossom, but it's absolutely one of the most impactful ultimates that you can use here. Greninja getting absolutely burnt here.
Yeah, and they use Kitsune Rush on the high ground, so them being forced right off the high ground is huge after having to burn Kitsune on top. Tyler's actually going to get taken out. High Noon trying to even the odds a little bit, but a bubble's in the way. The copy, they have 2 monkeys. They're trying to find people. The Ash throws out Bob. He's trying to do some things. The Omnic is here to cook, and now a big sleep onto your Star Platinum. The copy is not doing anything. Illuminous is going to find 2 or more with Bob getting Greninja out of there, and that is the end of this fight. And just like that, they've done a really good job of shaving off. I believe they had 5.5 going into this point, and it's under 3 now.
Yeah, and it's slowly going down, but at the end of the day, BroZone did commit a couple of ultimates to get them out. A Star Platinum ends up going down. No more Tracers, definitely. Sorry, no more Echo. That's the big issue. Star Platinum has done such a good job on Echo right now that keeping them at bay is going to be your #1 priority. Greninja getting a little bit close to that Primal, but chewing through the Nano, chewing through the Rally is going to be your big issue of your Corvidae. You need to get those ultimates out before the time bank gets a little bit too low for comfort.
Yeah, no, they're going to have Nano Monkey coming online. Maybe Cassidy is what we saw before. And that's going to be something that rotates the ults, right? Illuminous is going to get right back with ult. Greninja trying to build up ult ultimate. They try to help out the team with getting some ult charge on your support, because you just used Kitsune Rush in a spot where it didn't actually help at all. But they're already almost up to 50% again. Autumn's going to get taken out by Illuminous. Illuminous already has their ultimate online. You're going to see Star Platinum go down. And once again, a little bit of a dry fight with nothing to show for it for Corvidae. I mean, they really didn't get much progress on their stuff. Autumn's going to switch over to the Tracer, though.
Yeah, and if anything, a lot of these slicers out of Corvidae are just to force out any kind of ultimate. Where BroZone, they have been holding them in, which is exactly what you have to do. They isolate, they lose you, but there's not going to be any sort of pick potential here. Lumina's forced to use the Primal, and it seems like it's not gonna quite kill anything for now.
Which is fine. A lot of sustain there, trying to stay alive. Forces out a few cooldowns, so that's not a bad thing. But you're at 100 HP, and you're going to get back up. Greninja takes a lot of poke on the way in, trying to get that Ashe. They're going to actually nano the Ashe, and Nash is going to find a KO with it, trying to stay alive. That's what they were trying to do for Amor. Now you're trying to find anything else. A minute 10 left on the clock, and just this big pool of time that you had is gone. They do a little bit of a staggering onto Anzi, and that is that for their Lucio player. But now you have the ult charges. Now you have an ult advantage going into this next fight to get into third point.
And at the beginning of this point, you must have so much confidence, right? Being like, hey, I have 5 minutes, and you just heard 60 seconds remaining, 50 seconds, so that you can do anything on the side of Corvidae. And now you're hard pressed, right? You have 4 ultimates. You commit them all. You may not have enough time to capture last point if you use them all, but it looks like we're committing. Greninja getting a little bit too low, but they pop the Primal, and it seems like this fight is won instantly.
Yeah, they killed 2 very quickly, and they only popped 2 ults, right? They used Kitsune Rush. They decided to use Pulse at the end there. Greninja finds 3. No one's touching point, though. They need to get onto point quickly to get this out of here. It looks like all win will be very gone now. And Greninja doing a great job in that fight. A little bit of a stagger from Amor, trying to keep that point alive maybe, but I think it's just time to give it up. 10 seconds left on the clock. Let it go and move on to fight another day.
Yeah, it looks like 1 minute and 37 seconds is all you're left with. BroZone able to play such a beautiful defense right there, Davion, pacing their ultimates and holding them in until the absolute last second to make it even harder for Corvidae. But it looks like the job is not done. Greninja dropping a little bit too low, and now we're moving on to the last part of our game. Davion, 1 minute, it's do or die for Corvidae here.
Yeah, and you don't want to go to a map 3, right? Giving BroZone any momentum is tough, but this has been a phenomenal map, and BroZone responded to the first map situation, and you're gonna already have Nacho go down. Beat's gonna come out. You're gonna get Gavin out of here too. You're gonna see a second go in for Star Platinum, trying to clean up this. You're gonna see an ult come out for Illuminous. More is 1 HP, very, very low. Doesn't look like we'll get KO'd finally. Illuminous trying to stay alive, will not be able to. Autumn finishes it off, but a lot of damage coming in from Star Platinum on the beam. Now with 45 seconds left on the clock, they're rounding that bridge, trying to get into that last stretch and cap this with any sort of time to minimize the time bake that BroZone will get.
Yeah, 39 seconds, and just by the look of things, it seems like this is going to be your last fight no matter what, or you might have to switch to something faster in order to be able to touch, but Autumn is going to live through that Deadeye. Nacho Man trying to
Wow, Gavin gets the KO, but it pays with both lives of your DPS. It's a big time play from Autumn to save Corvidae's potential map here. They do have the advantage here. Nacho's gonna get a KO, but they need to stay on point. Make sure they cap here, because if a touch goes off, they have the ability to stall. They will get it. There's an ultimate going off now for Illuminous. They're gonna use the Kitsune Rush. Corvidae trying to stay alive. Tyler's gone. They're all back. Nano comes out. 2 seconds, 1 second. People are staying alive. Autumn's gonna get taken out by Amor. Gavin's coming in with Rally. It's gonna be the rally to clean it all up, and with 0.32 meters left on the clock. Oh, BroZone staying alive in this match.
Absolute tragedy that Autumn is able to get 2 picks and it converts into nothing. Nothing was gained from that. Like, I feel that's a crime. Like, you need to do something with that. There's no more backline. The fact that you are able to kill both like Ana and Brig on the same ultimate, that's so much value, Davion, that something has to die right after. You need to make it to convert that into a stagger in order for the fight to be won, because if not, you're fighting against respawn timers that are right next to you. Like, you have to see that coming. You have to play really fast. And Corvidae, if by not doing that, they give the map to BroZone, and now we're moving on to push for your tournament live for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the first map loss for Corvidae of the tournament, and that's a big one. BroZone clutched up, made it really, really close. It looked really dominant in that first point. In that second point, they just held strong and made all the right plays. Great ult rotation, and BroZone staying alive. So we're going to map 3. Very excited for this, and hopefully it's a good one.
Yeah, and I'm going to insist, like, just a beautiful play from the side of Autumn, just
honestly
dunking it in, and so sad that they don't get anything. But that's not to take a credit from BroZone. It's definitely not Corvidae playing poorly. Just that entire second point, Davion, they held it for 5 whole minutes. 5 whole minutes.
What are you supposed to do there?
Right, and it's so impressive, right? That every single fight right after, it's like Corvidae like pestering them and being like, "Hey, give me an ultimate. Just throw something at me. I need something." And then them just holding it until forever. Really disciplined gameplay right there from the side of BroZone. And I think now that we're moving on to push, things get a little rough, right?
Yep.
I think Corvidae absolutely had an advantage of control. BroZone absolutely has an advantage on escort choosing the map, but now we're onto a little bit of a hybrid. You can play the Sigma and you can play the Dive just as well on all of these maps. And who's really going to win? Who's to tell, right?
Right.
I think it's
close.
It's so even.
Yeah, and Colosseo is the map of choice here. That's where we're gonna head to for this final map. And I have to say, I do love that BroZone's is the little troll. It's my favorite thing about this. Their logo. It's hilarious. I'm a fan of it. It's phenomenal. I love their logo. But Colosseo without the glass now, so Dive has a little bit more ability to play the game, right? You don't have to play in this little corridor. You have the ability to go in and out and play outside a little bit more, so that you can use your strength if you are BroZone, but also Corvidae has the chance to use their strengths with that sitcom.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting. Now that there's no glass, we've definitely seen a lot of changes as to how you play the map, right? You have to be a lot more careful when you're playing against some kind of dive, because a Tracer is going to be able to just drop in a pulse bomb immediately and make it really hard for you to like predict it or be able to be like, oh, they're coming through the glass, now let's adapt to that play. But now everything is faster on the side of Colosseo, and it's definitely going to make a lot of the neutral game, you know, a lot of those Twitter clips of, hey, I just saw this pro game and they spent 5 minutes with 0 meters each, right? That's just the kind of map that Colosseo used to be, and now that it's all changed, you know, definitely we're gonna see a lot of different routes, different alternatives to take over the map. But it looks like we're gonna take a couple of extra minutes just getting everything settled. BroZone and Corvidae, we have to remember everyone in the audience, maybe there's someone new here, playing their tournaments live. Corvidae, beautiful Antarctic Peninsula, a little bit of hiccups on that second map, but they didn't give a single point to the side of BroZone, and BroZone holding out until the last minute in Dorado. Now we're moving on to Colosseo, and I really like the pick from the side of Corvidae. This is definitely more of a brawly map. Fights are longer. Maga, for example, is a little bit more viable if you want to play against the Winston, and there's definitely a lot more of those longer sightlines to kind of take away that the chance for the Winston to die with full HP and full armor, right? Which is definitely one of the most important things when you're playing the dive. But who's to win? I have no idea. I think this is very even right now.
I don't think either of us are gonna figure it out until we watch it. I mean, it's been a phenomenal match so far. I'm excited to see how we end it off here, and hopefully we get in soon. I'm really excited to see it, you know. And if this is how these two semifinals games, I've been on both of them, I'm excited for how the finals are going to shake out. I mean, the grand finals are here. B League has a lot of talent in it, and a lot of people that could have played in A League. That's how talented it is in here. So very excited to see that.
Yeah, and it's been something that I've been saying from the beginning. Every single season of BPL, the leagues get better. Like C League slowly has even more and more players that you have to be scared of. B League, A League, all of them can compete amongst each other, and I think that's so much fun to watch. Like, we're not here like every single time we watch a game, it's not, hey, we're just watching like B League. Oh, it's gonna be like a lot of mistakes. No, I'm seeing solid gameplay. I'm seeing like absolutely marvelous stuff and super fun to watch. So, you know, thank you to the players for showing up, and I think this Colosseo map is gonna be really interesting. We have to remember, I'm not very familiar with a lot of the players on BroZone. Of course, names like Amore, Luminous, and Fungin, of course, are right there, but a lot of these players are definitely like a big surprise. And Illuminous playing, for example, the solo tank is very, very impressive, especially when there's a lot of dive, a lot of poke, a lot of brawl in these map pools. It's not like just one kind of dive. They're just committing on to the one comp that they really have mastered down to the down to a T, and just playing it in every single map. I think that's really impressive from the side of BroZone. 2 seconds until we find out what they're going to be playing. I'm expecting Corvidae to play nothing of the dive, and yeah, Tyler and C going to be playing Rush with Greninja on the Zarya. Very interesting pick. You don't see Zarya very often
Maybe
these
not.
days. Oh,
I think Sig's gonna come out. Yeah,
I like the Sigma. And Luminous on the Monkey. I don't think Nacho Man is going to be on Bastion, but it's what we expected, right? Dive versus poke the whole time. 5 seconds until we find out who is going to be fighting against Ouroboros at the end of the kickoff tournament. Davion, it's all or nothing here.
Yeah, no, we're all in map 3 game time. This is the decider, and no subs from map 2. We did see the subs from map 1, but they both teams felt good about map 2, so we're gonna stick with what we see. We see a venture though, which is very interesting from Star Platinum. I'm excited to see how they shake out with that comp, especially with that character. We're gonna see Illuminus get real low, got as low as 30 HP. We'll get out though. Just barely lives. A head tap there from Autumn, looking to get some KOs here.
Going
Will not
in.
be able to. We're going to see Venture go in, and Greninja's going to finish off one. Hopefully we don't have this build up that we had, and it goes to a very, very quick scenario. But Autumn is doing everything they want to do with this Cassidy. Greninja doing everything they can on Sig, and they finally start pushing the bot.
Yeah, beautiful pace. And being able to win that first team fight is definitely going to extend the momentum on their side. On on a game mode such as Push, this is importance more. This matters more than you think that it will ever matter on a lot of other maps. But that was on Platinum was on Venture. I'm really intrigued, right? Because this is gonna make it easier for them to match more. Like Tracer versus Venture is such a hard matchup for the Tracer. Every single shot is gonna tag you. Like the dig is gonna give you to half HP. And if you're Gavin, you cannot block that dig damage, right? So Illuminus looking for a little bit of an angle here. The map maybe a little bit too committed on the side of Corvidae, but Star Platinum is right there to get them out of there with that drill dash.
Yeah, and Moore was really low there, got hit with the drill. And a big sleep dart comes out to save the life of Mahir there, getting Star Platinum out of there. And that is a good fight. Good first kill, but Illuminus has responded with the getting KO'd. And now you're without your tank if you're BroZone, so you're trying to contest this bot as best you can. But no tank means you're going to have a little bit more willpower, and that shows out. But Tyler's going to go down. It's very, very good. And now, whoa, a big nano brig. Illuminus is back in the fray. A little too long of a wait there, and you're going to see them win this fight. 37 meters down, but they're moving forward to get some of that progress back.
Yeah, and good recognition for the side of Corvidae. Autumn definitely wanted to present that right there. I can feel it just looking at the screen. Everyone is low, but they decide not to use it and just, hey, save that for the retake. Make your team, do your team a favor and just make things a little bit easier. Now, BroZone moving into the 15-meter mark, committing onto the dive playstyle, and Star Platinum. I really like what they're doing here on Venture. It provides a lot of peel for the monkey, makes it really easy to dive the backline without getting your damage block. And Illuminus is just in.
Yeah, Mahir gets a KO on Autumn, and it looks like Illuminus is in with ultimate. Is going to get the KO here. They're going to find two. I believe Greninja popped ult in that too. Beat came out for Anzi as well, and they're going to be able to take the lead here on BroZone, and Corvidae may be in trouble.
Yeah, and a big issue right there with Ansi committing the beat really late and hitting no one. It definitely doesn't help anything. But now Greninja's on Manga, things get really tough, right? You're gonna play all together. Rushing in with your Lucy is gonna be really tough to play as a Winston.
Oh, big anti-nade, but no capitalization on it if you're Illuminus. You really thought you had something there. And now looking if you are gonna get the big brig ult, but Autumn's gonna find Illuminus in that. Yamaga's just taking a little bit of a nap. Autumn is gonna get taken out by All-In. Amore is gonna find one. Now they're looking to counter it. You thought BroZone was down and out, and I thought they were down on the advantage, but they are up on it. They are gonna get the close spawn now. And Tyler's gonna move over. Autumn's gonna switch characters. We're gonna see Cassidy. We're gonna see Star Platinum move over to Cassidy. Autumn's gonna go to Genji and Kiriko for Tyler.
The entire team just switched the composition, and I really like what they were doing here. Definitely playing to counter the fast play style with a more slow, I'm gonna beat you up to a pulp. And Greninja, it's a little bit too for comfort.
Amore's gonna take out Star Platinum out of all that, and Autumn's gonna go down. Illuminus was 1 HP, and it was just like an Uno reverse card. Everybody else was dead, except for Illuminus, and we're gonna find Anzi as well. It's like every time they start to respond, there's no answer that Corvidae can give, as BroZone is just capitalizing on everything.
Yeah, and it's just BroZone. It's surprising how they are able to play into this matchup, right? Of course, Greninja wants to go fast. They wanted to just keep the brawl on the Winston and make it really hard for him to ever dive. But there's just such little time to see him coming that Amore's gonna be able to capitalize, and Nachama's gonna poke yard from infinite, like forever, right? But Star Platinum with the first pick, no more Amore, and Illuminus in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, finally, right? Getting something off of that. And Greninja trying to just make sure they stay alive to compete. And now we're looking for it, and Greninja's going to find a KO. Nice little punch. Star Platinum's going to find something else. Anzi's going to find another one. And that should be finally a fight win. After going up 32 meters to nothing, they gave up 104 meters straight. And now they're finding themselves in a 67-meter hole. They need to make something happen now.
Yeah, and make something happen. It's exactly what they're gonna do. There's a cage coming up, but there's gonna be a blade. If they want to pair those ultimates, it's basically
It's a big
unstoppable.
one.
There's nothing you can really do. And Ansi does have a beat in response to maybe a dive from Illuminus. Illuminus getting a little bit too in, but the
There's
cage
the
is gonna
cage.
keep Illuminus here.
Yeah, Illuminus gets ult, uses ult, and is taken out. You're gonna see the cage go down, but Tyler's gonna pick off 2. Autumn's gonna get another one. No blade was even used for that, so that's huge. And they're gonna win this fight very quickly and handily at that. And we're gonna see them finally get some more push project and progress. English is hard, and making sure they chip at this lead.
You know, and I would say Illumina's doing a very bad play right there going in with the monkey. If they were gonna commit to the pick, but it seems like they're back on the manga. So hey, why not just go in there and play fast? Sojourn for the side of a more definitely committing to more of a less fragile pick. They are out of here. There will be no pick for the Deadeye maybe, but they managed to save themselves.
Yeah, High Noon comes out. Immortality Field comes and saves, but Star Platinum's dead. We're going to see the Malga Mirror now. Illuminus is going to move over to it, and this is a blast to see. I love seeing the big Samoans go at each other, and they got a pick, so they got the bot controlled. They're going to push it down. Not quite getting the close spawn that they were looking for. They're going to flip it over to the middle of the pack. 3:40 left on the clock. It's a close one. It's about, what, 40 meters separating these, 45 meters separating these teams now? It's getting there. Kiriko Rush is going to come out, but they're too far away. They're going to back out and just try to save face. But it's going to be a big smash onto a more, and that's going to get the KO there. You still lose 1 in the process of that. And now we're just looking for the ability to clean up and try to maybe find some of these kills. You're going to see them try to go into it too much. They're going to lose Illuminus, and now as soon as we thought Corvidae may have been down and out, they're making a big push to get back into this game after being down by so much. They've gotten their close spawn.
Yeah, and they find, just as you were saying, they didn't quite get it the first time, but you don't need to. Slowly but surely gain those inches of progress that you get handed a couple of times. And Corvidae is now in a little bit of trouble between a window and a big Samoan man.
Yeah, Star Platinum actually gets KO'd. Mahir pops off with the ult, and now BroZone trying to return the favor on their last fight. Illuminus gets Greninja and Anzi in the process of that, and now it's still 30 meters to go, but now that you have close spawn, it's a little bit better and a little bit quicker. You'll have everybody spawn up and be able to fight in this mid fight pretty quickly.
And I do want to say, in the matchup, I do believe Corvidae has the overall advantage just because of that Susu, right? Like, just being able to take that fire away from Greninja is going to make it so that Lunas has a harder time healing. But now there's a big cage for you, and how are you getting out?
But a beat is huge, and they're gonna match it with the cage of their own, looking for anything to do in there. It's everyone is fighting in this one room. Greninja's actually gonna get taken out. Anzi's really low as well, is gonna go down. Tyler's almost there and is gone as well. As soon as we thought some people were gonna go down, they recover right back and bounce back. BroZone trying to close it out. 2 minutes left on the clock. 30 meters separating these teams. And no ultimates on the side of BroZone. You do have a Venture ult, and you do have a Blade coming online here shortly, along with that Kiriko Rush.
And an expensive loss for the side of Corvidae as well, Davion. I think that they should have recognized, hey, we're not winning this fight. There was no way that you could win that, especially with all the healing coming from Gavin, right? Constant armor, constant bashing and stunning and keeping you away from their backline is going to make it really hard. So now you don't have a cage, but you have a Venture ult and you have a Genji ult, which Gavin doesn't have an answer for. No more break, no more rally here.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the case.
Ooh, they commit both Blade and Tectonic Shock, but it's
Amor is gone. They have nothing to do. There's nothing that they can do. It's over. They've lost this fight, and now they have to do something else, but they use Kitsune Rush in the process of it. They're just trying to, maybe BroZone's trying to close it out, but a minute left on the clock, and we just have nothing left to do.
Yeah, and the worst part is that Tyler commits the Kitsune Rush into a lost fight when their team is not even there anymore. No more Kitsune. How are you gonna retake? You don't really have anything. But Autumn is gonna be switching over to the Pharah and not really gonna do do anything for them. They have a double hit scan basically. How are you gonna live?
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do, and now you have a window facing them down. Amor's gonna get picked off though in the process of it. It's really tough to see what they're gonna pull out. Illuminus is gonna stay alive through all of this, but it's really tough. You're gonna have Star Platinum go in the back line, and it's really tough. And their cage is gonna come out. The High Noon is gonna try to match it, trying to find anything. But Autumn moves over to the Pharah to help get some of this damage in. And Corvidae's fighting for their life now. 123 meters. They're down 50 meters basically. right?
And now
This is
Davion,
it.
I think Corvidae is paying for all the struggles that they put other teams into. They might just lose this map, and they have 10 seconds. This is going to be last fight for them. There's no way for them to just not get that timer to clock down. Illuminous used their ultimate. Nacho Man pressed their ultimate, and here did the same. So now it's gonna be a fight of Greninja needs to make this cage big so that Autumn gets her ultimate charge and Star Platinum does the same. So it's all about the cage. You need to do something here, Greninja, if you don't want to lose your tournament life.
Yes, it has to be the play now. Greninja has to make something happen. And there's going to be the cage. Looking to get ultimate strung in. You're going to see the overclock come through. Autumn has a big barrage. 2, 3 are dead. 4 are gone. They're still playing to win now. And this overtime push is still going on.
Oh, and Amore... No, that's such a bad play. Amore and Gavin committed their ultimate, so now they have nothing. There's nothing for you to do. Amore is now switching on over to the Pharah, which is going to put Corvidae into a big struggle. You have nothing to counter it, but there's going to be a big Kitsune and there's going to be a big Tectonic Shock, which Mahir and Gavin are going to absolutely struggle against. They have the ultimates, but there's a counter pick that they can do nothing about right now, Davion. Moving into the 100-meter mark, this could be the last fight of the map.
This definitely is the last fight of the map. Here comes Kitsune Rush, but Illuminous finds 1. Amore finds 2. This could be it. 3, 4. No one's on point. They can't touch. They're unable to touch. They're trying to get back. They will. But then Venture clutches up. Star Platinum making plays, trying to do anything to save the tournament. And now it's Amalgam on point. Illuminous gets 1, and it's over. That is the end of the game. And BroZone clutches out right at the end and pulls out a W.
Oh my god. Corvidae letting Illuminous just go into their backline and absolutely, like, just burn down their Pharah is crazy. You cannot let that happen. At the end of the day, what you're playing for is the ultimates that you have. You have to play it safer than them. I don't think you can let that happen, and they end up paying a big price for them. BroZone takes it over Corvidae, the undefeated team in the bracket. Just
how it shakes out.
It's crazy. Like, if you look at the first map, Davion, it's crazy to think that they are gonna end up winning it all, right? Corvidae was looking dominant, but now they go into the Maga as well. It's not even like a die versus Maga.
No,
like,
it's exactly what we expected, right?
Right, it's a mirror as well.
Yeah, no, and I mean, listen, I think both teams played phenomenal, and now BroZone's gonna have a date with Oro in the finals, which will be up next here shortly. I mean, it's a banger, and I mean, with that, nothing else to say. We'll put the bracket on screen so you can see it for yourself as soon as they update it. You see what's going to happen. That is what's next. Are you staying in for that game, or are you subbing out for that one?
Oh, absolutely. Sadly, I won't get to cast that with you, Davion, but it was an absolute pleasure casting this
I'm not
video.
here. I gotta skedaddle on out of here. I'm on to my next. I have another casting thing to do with another group. So I'm trying to get on out of here, but I will definitely keep my eyes peeled. BroZone and Oro finals. I got to cast both the semis. It was a blast, but Biscuit, always a pleasure having you on. Prods, you guys are awesome people. I'm excited to see what these two teams, how they do in a BO5. Honestly, it's going to be a fun time.
Right, an absolute blast is absolutely what that was. Davion, thank you for casting with me. Congratulations to BroZone, because now we'll be moving on to the grand finals. Reminder to everyone, it's going to be a first to 3, and it's going to be happening on this very stream. So if you want to find out how the bracket shakes out, and if Oro is going to be taking it out of BroZone, will surprise the world with their monkey play, the only way to do that is by staying right here, because VPL is going to be back in just a couple of minutes.
Enjoy. Have a good one, everybody.
弱火て and sweet 何をしてても daydreaming yeah 君の言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Hello and welcome again to all of you BPL Kickoff tournament enjoyers. My name is Biscuit. Next to me is Jace. Some of you may have known we had a change in plans. But at the end of the day, what matters is that the game is going on. A couple of technical difficulties are not going to delay that we are going to be watching Oro versus BroZone, who are going to be fighting over who is going to be the winner of our kickoff tournament for the B League. Jace, how are you doing today?
Yeah, not doing too bad. Yeah, Joker's Ransom, unfortunately, quite literally being flamethrowered IRL. It is very humid in North America right now, so they got this fraud on instead. Glad to be back. The important question we got to answer, Biscuit, is will a Teku team do the funny winning kickoff tournament and then have a very rough regular season instead? And I'm hoping the first part is yes, the second half to that answer is no, because Teku teams have got a great record in these kickoff clashes in the 2 seasons they've been introduced. This is another grand finals for the squad, and I just hope it can transfer into the regular season, and I don't see any reason why it shouldn't. Biscuit, BPL is about the community, it's about the players, so let's have a look at them, and I'm thereby absolutely forcing Prod to throw us over to the rosters. So when we have a look at both of these teams, who are your hot picks? Who are your potential MVPs? Who are the danger players? Give us the numbers.
Look, I've been a BroZone caster apparently exclusively, and they play the monkey. That's what they play the monkey. They can also play Maga, which I think everyone can play. It's a kind of everyone can cook character. However, I do want to emphasize on Oro. I'm really excited to see what Oro is able to do. Whispers, Toxic Trousers on the backline. Whispers kind of had a rough season on the last one playing in for Big Win, which kind of didn't have a big win, more of a medium not win. And Toxic Trousers, winner of the C League in BPL 5, if I'm not mistaken. Tekugen, of course, on the tank, absolutely solid. With Parody and Twists, really solid DPS line. But that is not going to be the only people that we highlight. I think Funjin and Mahir bringing an absolutely solid support backline. Funjin, of course, on the Lucio. What else are they going to play? McMeme and Amor have been proving themselves to be extremely strong players on the crease, specifically for McMeme and Gavin. And Amor absolutely just tearing the competition apart on Tracer. Really good couple of matches. I think Oro has been a little bit more dominant lately on doing a reverse sweep on the last 2 matches. And Jace, as you were mentioning, I think, a C League enjoyer just like me. You see how many teams are happening here. Of course, I think the last BPL, you may remember perfectly, just as well as me, the winner of every kickoff tournament in A League, B League, except for C League, had an extremely rough main season. Like, some of them didn't even make it to playoffs, right? So hopefully they turn that on their heads. 10 teams come into the bracket, and only one of them is going to crown themselves the winner of a curse, or maybe not a curse. Again, we have to remember Mirage winning the kickoff tournament for C League last season and absolutely winning it all. Could this be the trend? Maybe. We don't know just yet.
C League exists in a dimension of itself, because unfortunately Paracelsus is officially so jobless that guy will sweat for C League drafts. And let it be known. Let it be known, guys. But yeah, A and B League, I think, pretty good competition this year. The big one I want to highlight is BroZone. To me, the branding is excellent. The reveal video is completely amazing as well. And BroZone, when you look at it on paper, as we saw, they seem like a little bit of a power of friendship team. But much like a Carlo Ancelotti-led side in the late 2020s, if you know, you know. Sometimes it's just inshallah and vibes, effectively. That win against Corvidae for BroZone is really impressive.
Yeah,
I don't care how beat up
huge.
Corvidae were. Corvidae could have been limping on one leg. That is a strong roster on paper. They've got some shooters. Look out for them in the regular season. The fact that BroZone beat them is a serious hallmark, and that's a badge of honor, and they deserve to carry that, and they get a willful, deserved spot. There we go, English. In the grand finals because of that. Yeah.
And just as you were saying, you're winning against a team with Greninja on tank. Like,
Tyler on flex support as well. Yeah, that team, Corvidae is stacked, as we said.
Yeah, but we have to remember, every single match before this was first to 2, so a couple of teams may have gotten away with some teams not having enough time to adapt. But now, we're moving on to Oasis as our first control map, Escort and Push following it closely right after, with Hybrid and Flashpoint being right there in case that we do need them. Jace, BroZone, just as you were mentioning, right? No Flame. I think any of these players could absolutely gap me, but if you read the discourse trademark on the BPL server, it's a friendship team. It's a friend team, right? But pulling off some amazing results. I have to remember, a lot of friend teams come and go. We had, for example, the example of Pack Fellows on last season, absolutely tearing it on the kickoff tournament, and then definitely not tearing it on the regular season. So it's always a toss-up if how friend teams are going to go, but I think BroZone might be a bit of a different story. Luminous is an absolute beast on that monkey. I think more McMeme and Funjin and Mahir bring out just a solid, constant backline that you're able to play on your poke, on your dive. And I think on Oasis, we might just be seeing the monkey a whole lot more. Jace, it's a toss-up. I think Oro and BroZone, this is not the matchup that I expected, absolutely, but I think it's one we deserve.
I just think it's great because I got to witness firsthand. If anyone calls back to Snowdown, this core of BroZone were effectively the E League. I think it was E, A B C D E F, A B C D E. There we go, all the way at the bottom for the Snowdown consolation bracket, where they did unfortunately lose to the a little bit why you hear Bob Air Polster roster, but they played really impressive, took them all the way to a 7-map series. I did single-handedly toss my team Kings Row, but that's not about me. We're going to move on from that. But BroZone have surprised me. They've been a little bit of a breakout, and I hope they continue it, Biscuit. It looks like Illu on the monkey. I looked at Illu tank and I'm like, ain't no way. What is this guy cooking? But if he can have a serious monkey performance, serious mount performance, and he's going to be absolutely fine. Oro here, potentially playing their sub roster. I think Oro, as I said, deserved grand finals. Going to love to see what Teku can do in B League. It's going to be interesting for sure. Just real quick before we get into it, what do you think of the Amore Farah hit? It's been one of his stronger picks recently.
Yeah, and I don't want to say Teku getting the Reinhardt a little bit surprising because every other match that I've casted, approximately 6, there hasn't had a Reinhardt. Like, it's just no surprise. Of course, we may have seen it in Havana close holds, but Amore is gonna be paying for a lot of those shots. Nachoman gets the first pick onto Whispers.
We're rated though, so Whispers down early though is not good because Teku needs that resource when you're playing these Oro comps, as I would know as a EU resident and not quite expert, but almost near it, as Teku gets the Giga Chad pin onto Nacho Man 46. That's a screenshot of the Twitter interaction. That's all win, by the way, in case anyone is unaware. Hate to rat the guy out in his ult because he's trying to stay anonymous, but the dancing minion gift man will be revealed. Teku gets the pin. Yeah, Teku is just the Ryan guy, to be honest. He could play Ryan.
And the thing with being the Ryan guys, they're always the curveball. Like, what are you gonna do now? Of course, I think there's a lot of counterplay that can go into here. For example, you have the Pharah, and it's gonna be a little bit tough to get them off the skies if a Siren is constantly being interrupted by a monk in your backline. But Illuminus is gonna pay dearly for a bad dive.
Yeah, there we go. Luminous goes in. There's no one to really pincer with them. Amori has to kind of go in over the top, and it just means that Illu is completely dead in no man's land, and this is where I get a bit critical of potentially Gavin on the brig. I think rather they be on Lucio, because Biscuit, if Oro can just chill, Gavin does nothing. They get no value.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. There's nothing that is giving Gavin the value that they are looking for, right? There's no dive, no one on your backline that you can really bash and be whipping away. Yeah, instead, they should be looking to have a dive character. Amore should be switching onto the Tracer to follow up with Illuminus, but it looks like this Zedai might switch the course of things.
Okay, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Both Farah's down, so now it's going to be a battle of the Gunslingers. The Siren is going to win that one.
Oh my god.
The mechanics. Teku goes for the pin from downtown and hits it. Nice bit of stylish drifting, not quite drunk driving. Gavin is hitting the rally in the 1v2. I think even if you're going to swap after, this probably isn't the play. I mean, Gavin got his one, I guess. But yeah, so far it looks like Oro just being able to play the rush very aggressively.
It looks like BroZone is having fun, and I think that matters a lot. Gavin committing onto the break pick even after kind of just running it down on them. Amore solo ulting Whispers. What are you gonna do about that one, huh?
I mean, it's got to be done after you type the question marks in chat from being solo ulted once. You've got to do it again. The demons from BroZone are being fought right now. Actually, it might have been optimal. Like, you take away the flex support, as I said, all the sustain from the comp is done. Teku has to reset off the map. BroZone, 91%, but they find themselves the win. It's going to be a bit easier to play for the defensive dive now on this point.
And I hope it's not insulting, but just watching it, Jace, do you think we have a little bit of for fun experience right here? Because those are the vibes that I'm getting, you know, solo ulting around, probably not really playing dive characters, the Reinhardt, hard pick, you know, I think they're having fun, and I think that's all that matters. So that's what BPL is all about, even when Whispers dies first.
This is what we call honest Overwatch. Unfortunately, Whispers just can't stay alive right now. They need to do something. Team K or Baptiste. Whispers got to do a better job. Grunt got to do a better job, because Amore is just cleaning Nacho Man in afterwards. And for all the absolutely salivary vibes, what we could call it for BroZone's team, I mean, they're getting results. Amore is just, I don't know. Last time I saw this guy, he was pounding everyone on Farah in C League, and it looks like, you know, new team, same old bullshit for Amore. That guy is just too good.
Right, and I'm still a little bit surprised that the Farah has been working the way that it has. Illuminus has been diving by themselves with only an anti when they are able to hit it, that is, and there's going to be a massive primal if you're able to even pop it.
Yeah, there we go. I think I like it from BroZone though, because initially Cast is the only way to really get rid of Amore out of the skies, and, well, that Gunslinger Cowboy is just 3-2-1 off cooldown. Ilu does go a little bit too deep. Now with no tank, it's going to have to be a lot of magic, particularly when Oro get the flip. Now it's going to force BroZone off this high ground and to drop, but they have, and Osiren is dead, which gives Amore 3 skies. Unfortunately, that bird has been fallen. Teku finds the pin onto Gavin as well. Nacho Man going to try and do it, but that's just a shield in your face. The Reinhardt man, some good honest Overwatch here. Reinhardt versus Winston. It's a classic matchup in the end. Oro take advantage of control. They take advantage of their points. BroZone are forced, dragged down out of the skies, and Amore's wings are clipped. Oro take first point.
Yeah, beautiful job inside of Oro. I definitely think a couple of things. We're definitely not in the spirit of, you know, competition. I think they were having fun for a little bit, but slowly locking in towards the end when Oro realizes, hey, we can actually lose this one. Twist is going to be switching on over to the Tracer. Might not be switching to the Tracer. Who knows just yet? I will argue, Jace. I still don't understand the break pick. Because Amore is not switching on over to the Tracer, so it makes the dive a lot more functional. But at the beginning, right, there's no real value just from having break. Just having a Lucio could have been better at Kiriko if you don't want to play the main support, right? Interesting picks from the set of BroZone, who are now committing onto the dive, which is what they should be doing. And I think this map is going to roll out a lot more differently now that Illuminus is just not jumping into the backline by themselves the whole time. But Osiren opens up with a banger.
I actually don't think it will. I think Oro, this is the best point for Oro. I think City Centre would have probably the worst one, but the fact they can just go to University and play Rush, I think it needs a response from the rest of the team. Maybe Gavin is just a Brig one trick, and I've not fully done my notes. But at some point, like, objectively, Brig into their comp is just not good. I think everyone knows that. But if they're going to pick it, maybe they feel like they can get some value. So it's not something that we can really harper on. And it feels almost a bit harsh to say, yeah, Brig kind of solo lose in the game, because it never really does. BroZone have made some good swaps though. The Ramasha comes out from Ilu. They're just going to try and absolutely pound away at Teku, who has to pin away to safety. Nacho Man, though,
into safety. I think they're going into the backline. Nacho Man is going to find Whispers. No more safe for Teku, who is going to be hard pressed to find an answer how to get out of here. But they will take out Gavin on their way out. 98% until the shatter. And I think Osiren has a couple of words to say towards Amore, who's been a little bit annoying in the backline. Look, Jace, I still don't understand the break pick. It's puzzling me. Is Gavin a break one trick?
I mean, they're primarily like a Bastion Sombra player who's DPS, so I guess they just want to play Brig for support. I know people, when they shift over to support, don't really like playing Lucio, but nonetheless, guys, Teku has Shatter, and that's more important. Let the man cook.
Let him cook. If something's going to happen here, like Osiren just being sped into the backline, are you going to find a kill here? You're just running it here.
Wait.
Oh my god.
Time is absolutely massive. It finds one. It finds two. Can they clean up? Guys, we need to shoot the people on the floor. We got one. There we go. But Amore and Illuminus have traded in the backline. They've gone round and behind the shatter. This is almost a problem of Reinhardt, is that he can't be everywhere at once. His range is so limited. The team has to all in with him. Great fight from BroZone. I mean, in the end, hey, Gavin didn't get shattered. Ilu didn't get shattered. And Amore in the backline.
Right, and I like the idea. Hey, maybe commit to the break. I still don't understand it, but you know what matters is that they are able to make it work. If it's gonna do something, is that it's gonna be able to keep Mahir alive the whole time, and keeping your map constantly up is one of the objectives of just having BroZone's comp, right? You want to keep your Amacha there, always rolling onto the point, and it seems like this Annihilation and Window combo might just do something.
Oh, Twist gets the boop to displace Mahir. The bird from the skies showcasing why it's so good this patch, but Teku is just in the backline, and speaking of, so is Gavin. How has Whispers found the 1v1? Where is Grunt? Where is our Baptiste team? How has our Baptiste been left like that? That cannot happen. But Ilu pulls out the Ravenous Vortex and they pull out the Annihilation. They're just going to burn through. All of them feel the wrath of the Angry Omnic. BroZone at 80%. Man, they just swapped Rush and said, F it, let's go. And I did not think this is how this map would work out. But BroZone showcasing a little bit of adaptability here as we potentially get into Final Fight.
Right, I see. I'm slowly starting to get convinced of the break value. Constantly keeping themselves up on their support's going to be really strong. Teku again looking for a little bit of a touch right here. 5% good foot talk finds the opening up on Amore. Illuminus goes down, and Jace, the fight is over before it even starts.
Big kill from Osiren as well. There we go. And I think the thing we're going to have to look at is not necessarily the picks of the backline throughout this series. It's how much Gavin and Mahir, Whispers and Grunt are able to stay alive, particularly because Whispers was really dying a lot on the first round, even when they were winning those fights. That flank support felt like they were getting left a bit in no man's land, and Gavin on the other side is dying, but dying in the lost fight. Samore, though, has this Twist bomb.
Yeah,
It's gonna
I
be
agree. Look, I think I was a little bit too negative about the Brig. Slowly starting to see the value a lot more here. And Moore might just find something with that pulse bomb, and it finds it. No roll to get you out of that way. And Twists, they're getting a little bit too low here.
Fat stick, can't roll that one anymore as Amore once again proves that Tracer is just broken in these leagues. Finds one, finds two. The shatter comes down from Teku to try and save it, but it's a 99 flip for BroZone, and I don't know, raise your trolls, whatever their hashtag is. Hashtag trolls out, hashtag BroZoners, I guess. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a 0.3 on Oasis after Oro looked very strong on Gardens. BroZone were adaptable. Let's say that. It's just a small adaptation as well. Amore goes over to Tracer, Ilu goes over to Ramotra, and they stick with the Bat Brig, and it's working, and it worked. Particularly if Oro, like, are they aware? Do they? Surely they're like, okay, Gavin and Mahir, surely are they going to stay on Bat Bridge? Because if so, Teku's going to willingly play Winston into it. Now is the time we're really going to see if this backline is made and cut up to the right cloth, because this should be just a free fight win on paper for BroZone. Compositionally, they are so much better than Oro, I think.
Right, and hashtag BroZone sweep as they managed to bring it right here to the third point. And last, in this case, Tekugan is going to be playing the dive, and now the Gavin pick is going to absolutely shine here, even more than it did on the second point. Twist is going to be on Echo, a lot more burst damage, a lot harder for your backline to live against the beam, against the stickies, against everything. And it seems like Illuminus wants to take a little bit of the point. Echo dropping extremely low, but they will not find the pick. Jace, it's a little bit of a scrappy fight on main.
It is, but Ilu's doing so much damage, and Amore is looking for the angle. Potentially just another call on the Echo. They would have gone down, but they find Grunt Footage instead. Will is dead. Whispers falls down after because there's no one to peel. And BroZone, I mean, guys, compositionally, as I said, like, BroZone played that fight well, don't get me wrong. Ilu was beaming Twist there, but I think they're just so strong on paper compositionally. Oro, I think, have really done struggle walking in to this backline of Gavin, Mahir, and Nacho.
Right, and the big issue is that the BroZone backline just constantly keeping themselves together, right? You need to go fast if you're Oro, and the longer the fight goes on, Illuminus is going to find more and more value onto the Ramat. Tekugan goes down, there's no more staging, nowhere to go. Osiren is gone, and Jace, BroZone sweep!
Bro, he doesn't even get poked out. He just walks in there and gets a left-right good night from Ilu. Like, the Ram is just so good against the Winston. He can block all the damage, goes through the shields, and Ilu is a problem right now on the tank. Listen, this maybe stopped out in this style on tank. This has been a really solid tank performance from Ilu so far, demonstrating great understanding of the game. Obviously been a long time main support player, and at one point was probably one of the best ones we had in BPL back in the day, and good to see him popping off on tank. He's got Annihilation here to go as well. 50% on the board for BroZone. They've got a wealth of ultimates. Realistically, if they lose, it should be at a giga cost, but Teku finds the neutral. Nacho and Mahir split, and finally Oro gets to carve them open.
Illuminus was not there to keep tabs on what Tekugan was trying to do, and this might be really bad.
Ilu, why are we ulting this? I just
Illuminus.
praised you. That's the curse, my bad.
Okay, Jace, I will say, right, Illuminus playing absolutely perfect, but this matchup hinges on how much they're able to deny Tekugan space. They need to not let Tekugan stage, because the second that he's able to stage, they all crumple. It's hard to play against the Pharah, against the Tracer, and against the Monkey. Who are you going to look at? There's not a right answer, right? You need to kill them instantly or it's over for you. And BroZone, even though you can make the fight slower, you need to keep them out. Tekugan cannot get in like this, because then they're gonna primal you, and there's nothing you can do. 23%, the clock is ticking, and Amor gets a pick.
Yeah, they're down armor. It's 1-for-1. Teku is still alive. They actually find Gavin. I'm surprised the trade doesn't come through. Teku did have primal, does have it still. And Oro should just be able to chill now. They don't need to overextend too much. Ilu potentially might be going Frogger mode over here. Amore finds Will though, so yeah, Oro still on the point. That's fight done.
Yeah, not the best of scenarios when you have to retake, and Illuminus is used to Annihilation that didn't really get them anything, but Illuminus switching on over to the D.Va, classic counter pick right here, gonna deny a lot of value from the Pharah if they're able to go just murder them in the sky, and just making it really hard for Teku to live at any point. But they do have a primal, and momentum is swinging over to their side really quickly. A lot of ultimates on BroZone. They need a retake here and fast.
Yeah, Ilu on the D for now, again, just trying to look after their backline and sort of care. That 3-stack of Gavin, Mahir, and Nacho Man trying to get in. You're going to have good point presence. Should be looking once again to pressure out the Monkey, but should just be a bit more mobile in doing it though. Teku with the primal. He's not going to care. Going to jump through the window. The stick goes down, and Mahir is just deleted. Perfect dive from Oro, showcasing the advantage of tempo, the advantage of going first. and the snake that continues to eat itself continues to just keep turning around. But as I say that, BroZone have turned this one around. Nacho Man potentially might have gone rolling into the traffic there. We're going to ignore that. But Amore is still here. Man, how did BroZone flip this fight? It looks so good in the open for Oro, but good stabilization, I guess. Really good cleanup from the DPS of BroZone, even though they fall late.
And a one clip from the side of a Siren is going to close it out. Jace, we're moving on to last fight territory, and I will say, BroZone right now is playing the reactive game. If you're playing D.Va, you're not trying to go first. You're really just trying to make it hard for Tekuget to find the value. Twist is going to find something here. Hopefully 70% up until their ult is right there, flying at their faces, pushing them out for a little bit, and their point is going to fall into the hands of Oro. Last fight.
Dude, BroZone's comp is a Winston hate crime right now, but Illu and Nacho Man have got to do such a good job at containing Twist, because Tetu will be in there, but if they can trade 1-for-1 for those supports, honestly, it's probably worth. Looks like Oro have just been forced off the point, and I don't like that, because he's going to make the retake really hard. You're going to give the angles to Amore. But Twist has just killed Nacho Man. That's one of the two people in this comp that can actually look at the Pharaoh, so Twist has to go big here. The D.Va bomb comes up to space, Raj gets here, goes down. Illu gets the bomb trade onto Osiren, but I think Twist is the main deal here. Team, look at the Pharah, look at the bird in the sky. She's raining rockets. She's so broken on this patch. BroZone don't manage to get it. They tried to essentially out-hate pick the monkey, but in the end, they just looked at the wrong person. Great job from Osiren and Twist there on that last point. And good work from their supports as well, too. Whispers was dying way less on that final third point, but we're going to be in for a banger biscuit. This one was really close.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, Illuminous doing God's work on their Ramatra. Of course, not quite able to pull it through on that third map, which, you know, a little bit tough for them. But I will say, Jace, I think just the fact that they were not able to check Twists on that last point was definitely making the difference, right? Pharah in this patch is just so strong, so much mobility, so much damage, and burst, that at some point it's going to fall into... It's going to fall into either two things, right? Either the Pharah gets absolutely checked and there's no value to be had, and whatever value you give them, they're going to turn an inch into a mile, right? So yeah. Oro definitely starting with an absolute banger. 1-0 against BroZone, who did a really good job. Surprisingly, making Oro switch off their comp into more divey, going with the monkey, going into a little bit of a more reactive territory. We saw them get off a monkey themselves and playing the D.Va to try and counter something. But Jace, they don't quite find it. So what I'm going to say, we're moving... we have to remember this is going to be a first to 3, so there's a lot more time to adapt rather than compared to the other matches, which was a little sad, you know. Sometimes when you lose the first match, you need a little more extra time to figure it out, and you don't quite have that. But now we do have it. So moving on to Escort, Jace, I think it's going to be Dorado from the side of BroZone. It's dive all the way.
Yeah, one thing I will say is the BroZone DPS line I still think is pretty decent. McMeme will technically doesn't have to sub in on this map because it's in a first to 3. But what gets most people in BPL is that typically there's always like your weaker players. I feel like that's how people build rosters these days. It's entirely fair to do so. You sort of got like a strong 5, your best lineup, and you've got your 2 subs who are traditionally like lower SR players. Maybe they're a bit more washed, anything, whatever you want to call them. Washed, inexperienced, not quite ready, potentially unknown super subs. The level is normally a little bit lower when you go in on the second map because you want to play your strongest team on control because of the nature of the mode. But I think it's going to be fine for BroZone to come in here. McMeme is still mechanically good enough, and I think Escort is a very simple game mode for the DPS that are mechanically very sound. And all of these DPS for both of these teams are. It's interesting to see. But back to the original point, as I went on a small tangent about team building. Most of the time, BPL, as we said, is first to 2. So that means sometimes it's like, I don't want to put my sub in on map 1 because we're against their strong lineup, but I don't want to put my subs in on Escort because they're not potentially suited for Escort. So in a situation like this, you kind of have to pick and choose which map you're going to potentially nerf yourself on. But in a first to 3, you kind of don't have to do that. So both of these teams could just stick with these same lineups going into map 2. Interested to see what subs come
and the
through.
thing that I would say, right, I think BroZone definitely has a strong roster. Like, I think all of them are able to play on any map. And as we expected, Dorado is going to be the pick. Jace, just as we were saying, there's going to be a couple of subs coming in. It seems like Toxic Trouser is going to be coming in for Grunt. Both of them Lucio players, so I don't think you'll be losing out on the Lucio pick if that's what they are trying to get. Parody is coming in for Twist. I'm excited because Parody is one of very interesting DPS. I think they've always been really strong on the teams that they play for. And it's like Alwyn is for McMeme. I'm not particularly sure. I don't remember seeing McMeme on last map.
No, it was all win, yeah. On
Yeah, so
Mr. Nacho Man 46.
yeah, so it's probably gonna be it's probably gonna be the other way around. Sorry, McMeme is gonna be coming in. So McMeme fans, it's your time. But by the way, just a small thing, right? You know, for those who do not know, we have the casting info for the players, and including how you're supposed to pronounce their name. And McMeme puts it in Mac as in McDonald's and meme as in meme. So this guy's awesome. Like, this guy's just incredible. He plays a good cast too, so be on the lookout because BroZone might just turn around. Last time they were on this map, Jace, they made it look easy. They were able to win over Corvidae in a super fast set that they were not even able to full cap, right? So I think this is going to be the specialty pick. They're probably playing the monkey, playing all of the dive that they are just really good at playing.
Yeah, I've not seen McMeme play in a while in particular, but they were on my roster as a more developmental player all the way back in Season 3. Heartbreak is mentioned, HBR jump scare. But nonetheless, it's a little bit sad that Junkrat is just abhorrently dog shit at the moment, and that is the word I will use to describe him, because it's just true. Because McMeme's pocket junk is actually scary. No matter how much this guy has or hasn't played the game, McMeme has had moments where he'll just pop up on junk, and all they need to do is carry 1 or 2 fights to win the game, and they'll absolutely do it. Can they do it on the Cassidy? I hope so, because I think it's a very simple hero to play and to pilot and to operate, and it just relies much on your basics of positioning and fundamentals. And as we said, power of friendship, guys. Okay, McMeme actually is on the junk. Wait, please don't troll me. Please play junk McMeme.
No. They are on attack. They're on attack. They're gonna be able to switch. I don't think they'll play the Junkrat. Although, just what you said, we've seen cases of teams with pocket Junkrats, especially in the case of Plague Doctors. David won Goat Junkrat player, able to turn around in really interesting sets against teams like Doku Demo back in the day. But just what we're saying, right? We're going to be seeing Dive on the side of Oro, who's going to be committing to the Monkey. And Illumina's going to be on the Monkey as well. It seems like they don't want the reactive style and more defensive play of Diva. While Siren is going to be on Ashe, so definitely going to be a target on their back when they get dove by Parity on the Tracers. So we're going to have to be on the lookout for that. And it seems like we're taking over the right side, and Gavin is dead instantly.
Oh my god, what a stage from Oro. This was such a weird hold, but like Teku instantly comes out the floodgates and just piles damage onto BroZone. Like, they don't even get the stage, they're just instantly wiped, and this is effectively a free fight win and a free 40% for the main players, Teku and Siren there for the Oro roster. What a great first opening fight set play from Oro.
Right, and I will say I really like the Ashe pick, definitely enabling a lot of breakpoints with the Dynamite, right? Just making it really easy for Illuminous to follow up on damage, even if they are not really there, right? Osiris just needs to throw in a Dynamite and call who's being burnt alongside probably an anti from Mahir if you are on the side of BroZone. But we're gonna be stuck in this little hallway. 1 minute has already passed, Chase, and it seems like BroZone is just not breaking through.
Teku is just fine to stall the card. The real go button for BroZone should be a nano boost onto Illu from Mahir, but Illu dead means they can't really use that HP pool as long as bank to hyper accelerate themselves towards it. And now Oro just going to continue to completely control these high downs. Teku has raced to a primal, 47% ahead of Illuminous. They've got that online ready to go. Kitsune rush already, and this is where the ultimate could really come into effect. BroZone's pattern is trying to stage, and Teku is just knocked off the map. There you go, Gavin Mahir should not be too long for this world as well. Let's see the Teku double primal mechanics. Let's see, I believe some people use the word UNT to describe Teku these days. Not quite sure the terminology, but my god, still got it. Still got it, I guess. Good job, Teku.
Yeah, good job from the side of Oro. And I would argue, now that ultimates are coming into play, you definitely want to more use them to counter what BroZone is going to be throwing at you. I think Bob is going to be particularly strong, denying a lot of space in the main hallway that you're going through. But this Nano is going to be a little bit of an issue. Toxic Trousers hasn't been able to really build up a beat to counter it, and Amor is just pushing the card freely.
Here we go, Primal Nano. Illu comes in, and I like the card pressure as well because they're also within the fight too, but stomp onto Whispers goodbye. And there's nothing they can do about it. That was the go button. And I think it really is going to be, Illu seems very comfortable and looking to actively hard dive on the Monkey. Again, this is going to make Gavin and Amore stronger for the side of BroZone. Both of these picks really good on Dorado. In particular, Tracer. A lot of people have called Tracer quote-unquote bad right now. I refuse to believe it because there's no way in hell that character is anywhere near anything but S tier. But nonetheless, more importantly, Illu just, I think, buying time on the Winston here, most importantly. Gavin is still Teku, so this should just be first point for BroZone.
Oh, and a Siren, a little bit of a rush decision, committing the bomb into that team fight, but it's not gonna find anything. There's nothing that you can do here. And now here comes a little bit of the weakness on the side of Aura, right? You need a Siren to be set up. On high ground, like just taking a really advantageous position on Ashe, get those long trades because it's gonna be better than McMeme's cast, right? Of course, McMeme is able to burn Tekugan when they are diving, daze someone, but a Siren denies so much space. And now that they're dead, now that their team got staggered, there's no real way to take the space without having to commit a couple of resources. So a little bit scary for the side of Aura coming back onto the point, but you have 4 ultimates, and you better use them now that you have such an advantage. It's going to come it's all going to come down to ultimate economy. Will Aura be able to use them spaced out throughout the point?
I think Oro's struggle here compositionally. Not the easiest for them to retake the high ground, and Teku is just dead again. And this is going to keep happening, by the way, for the side of Oro, because what you want to do in dive normally is trade backlines. You can't trade backlines with Lucio Kiri against Brig Ana. Like, the Brig Ana just kind of lives the dive, particularly when you're not playing 3 people. You're not playing a Winston double flanker that can go for those backline all as a 3. And dive is difficult as well as a composition, and it's always one that I think the levels of BPL it's played are always like flutter in between. Really good, sometimes really bad. But like Gavin is just still alive here. It takes the primal to kill him. As I was saying, they've got to invest so much to kill the backline, do BroZone, whereas Aura's backline, it just feels like they kind of fall over for free at times. Feeling of that. Okay, Teku is just on sick with a primal rage here. My bad, I was talking over your pop-off play goat. I apologize.
And the entire team is just locked into a little room. And what are you gonna do against Tekugan being on you? But it seems like Osiren and the team are just not committing to a full-on dive. McMeme, Mahir, definitely going to be the targets of the dive itself. But Gavin, now they are still on Brig, a favorite Brig player. And I really like the pick. Of course, you have technically the stronger backline for the dive. You're able to stage with your grenades. You're able to keep yourself living forever with a nade and inspire. But it seems like this Kitsune might just break them through.
Yeah, Kitsune should be good enough because it's effectively just a stat check. Thank you, Blizzard, for designing this ultimate. I love stat checks in my FPS game. But as Siren, Teku, and Pody, there we go. It's the go over to the Genji. That I think evens the score a little bit. Now both of these teams can play for each other's backlines and try and go for it. And Teku continuing to do really good work, and particularly now that Osiren's on board, I think it gets a lot easier for them. I think as well, considering that they've stabilized and now they've got control over the high ground again. BroZone being off Nano, I don't like it, Biscuit. The fact that they don't have Nano to go to immediately retake with potentially 1 fight left. Dare I say it's a bit scary for BroZone here after they started so well.
Yeah, and just as I was mentioning, right, they had 4 ultimates on the side of Aura, and they're gonna keep pacing them perfectly. Tekugan is gonna be able to live thanks to that beat from Toxic Trouters, but there's gonna be a pulse bomb that is gonna be stuck onto you. Can you live that? You're not living!
No, that is a pulse bomb. Goodbye. Tracer has always been able to stick to the Winston and basically get rid of them there. Moray had to hit the stick, probably wasn't gonna miss it considering they were in the corner, but still, clutch hit from Amore. Really nice force as well. The beat comes through, and BroZone just keep piling on the pressure. As we said, Gavin, Mahir, and McMeme are just so hard to dislodge that you're really able to let this backline get so much value. Both of these Winston have just been kind of just jumping at each other one by one, just as we said, basically playing Winston like it's 2016, no form of stage drop and go back and forward, no sort of defensive dive, just shift and pray. And so far, it feels like BroZone have been getting most of the good end of the stick, but although we're finding stabilizations like this, and it's really draining time off the clock.
Ooh, yeah, and BroZone right now, look, smelling blood in the water, popping the rally, just trying to keep themselves together. And it seems like Tekugan is not gonna find anything with this primal. There's not real. Oh, this item might be in trouble.
Wait. No, I mean the packs are right, and Gavin shut off basically every cooldown coming out of rally. McMeme has blocked the Junkrat. Okay, let the man cook.
Oh.
Well, unfortunately, they're getting sliced apart by the Cyber Weaver. Siren finds one, doesn't even find one. Oh, Genji in 2024, ladies and gentlemen. No nano boost applied, the cooldowns were not forced, so had everything up to deal with that pesky Cyber Weave. Down he goes. Mahir gets a nice pitch onto Parody as well, and Oro are trying to dismantling a little bit here on the 3rd point. Teku is trying to force the Rhine.
Yeah, they only really find one of the picks that Whispers is now going to be using their Kitsune and stat checking them, just as you were mentioning earlier, right? Beautiful Suzu. They're not going to take the tax in HP, but how are you going to get the backline off of that high ground? You don't really have a way. Parody needs to go for a really long angle, or disconnect Toxic Trousers from their tank, which is not what you want to do. A Siren dies, and it seems like this fight is solo BroZone.
BroZone have the angle to recontest the carry rush from Whispers. Honestly, I didn't like it. It was so early. It felt really rushed. It felt really panicked. And now BroZone just go back in. McMean finds the pick onto Parody. There you go, conk mine. How many times have we seen Junkrat kills in 2024? Ilu getting the 2k with the Primal, and BroZone, really good first point, really good third point, stumbled a bit on second, but I don't know, like, Oro were just, you know, fish in a shooting barrel. They were that fish that kept on taking the bait. Like, Teku, for 5 minutes, I'm seeing him shift into the backline against Gavin Mahir, and that Brig BAP, that Brig Honor, is just designed to trade the dive and extend it and live. As
No,
we
absolutely.
Said, Oro cannot trade backlines like BroZone can, and they opted into
that's
it
what we're
every
talking
time.
about, right? Because
Yeah.
naturally, just by the existence of Nano being like such a strong tool on Illuminous, you don't really have an answer to it, right? Toxic Charger's probably gonna have to commit a beat, and if they don't have it, which is hard to get in a dive, for example, if you're playing Rushed, if you're playing Brawl, you're gonna get it because your team is constantly getting healed in an aura whenever you switch to healing mode. That is, but you don't really get it. You don't have a way to counter Illuminous the way that they are able to counter you, because Tekken dives are just naturally harder to execute. Parody
It's
needs
blown
to
up
full
so fast as well. Like, what are you
Right.
healing if you're toxic as well? Actually, now that I think about it, like, if you're toxic, like, what are you healing?
Yeah,
like, if you're
and I
healing,
understand the
you're
issue, right?
Speed,
I-
but you're not
I
healing
understand.
testing, you can't build beat.
I understand wanting Toxic Chargers to be on the Lucio Kiri,
Yeah.
of course, strong backline.
Really
But at the
good,
end of the day, if Tekugan is not able to really perform the dives, the pick is not worth it. I think
Nope.
they might as well just switch to D.Va. They could try and play Brawl, like, paradoxically, and just hoping to get it to make it really impossible to chunk through all of you big HP pool. But it seems like Tekugan is committing on over to the Monkey with now Echo. Definitely a lot more burst, easier to burst down Illuminous when they dive you. But the issue still remains: Gavin and Mahir. How are you gonna kill them?
No, I'm a little bit sad to see Whispers not opting into the honor here on this map. I think it's actually their best hero. Not gonna lie, I really do rate Whispers, and I think I rate it higher than any of their flex supports. And I think if there was a slight against them as a player, and of course speaking from the typical perspective, that they at times they look a little bit fragile on the Kiriko, some of the more advanced TP concepts. There's one that they're developing slowly as we get into this BPL season. But Amore is just going for the dive bomb in the backline as I'm speaking. McMeme has found the pick onto Parody, and that's all you need from McMeme on this map. If they can just keep Parody's wings clipped, BroZone are in a really good spot, because Amore and Ilu will absolutely do the rest.
Yeah, they need to deny Parody a lot of value. Echo is going to be like your secret weapon if you're on the side of Oro, but now that Amore is also on the Pharah, there's going to be the constant issue. Whenever they have a barrage, you need to be ready to trade it. You need to be able to get the value. Luminous is down, and Jace, this is your one chance to break through.
Yeah, this is what happens when we can't contain Parody, because they're just going to sink all their cooldowns into Ilu. Both of these moves are so fragile. McMean trades him back, though. I think, unfortunately, them getting the tank first means it's likely Curtains. Sick nade, though. Wait, McMean has just killed both their DPS. Is this now the GOAT? Wait a minute. No, great backline peel. That was Gavin and Mahir mostly setting that up. Now they need to just go clean. Take you off the point. He's got to retreat. They're going to be waiting for a Kiri rush. Can Whispers get out? If not, it's going to be a potentially brutal stagger. We're committing? Okay, Whispers 1 HP, Toxic 1 HP. I'm looking
here
at the
comes
HP
the Barrage.
Barrage comes down over the top, but it's nanoed, and potentially, what are we barraging? Our demon? Okay, we're just going to shoot Teku in the face instead. I like it. So the Kiri rush honestly worked out a little bit, but the nano barrage on top, it's 2 ultimates ultimately for 1. Oro commit late
sleep!
into this fight, looking to win it. The sleep is absolutely safe from Parody on the armor. What role can't this guy play? He's played tank, he's played DPS, now he's playing support via the Echo copy. But BroZone are just living biscuit. Who can kill them? Gavin is just BPL's biggest cockroach. This man refuses to die, refuses to go away. You can try anything. Nuclear war will not stop this man from living. Absolutely unperishable as Gavin on this map. Really showcasing the power of Brig. Really good job from the BroZone backline.
And it's still the constant issue. I hate to keep bringing it up, Jace, but it's Gavin Mahir. They are playing the better backline on.
They can't die.
This comp.
They can't die.
If they don't die, what's gonna happen? Toxic Charge is gonna get cut out. Like at some point, right? You're Lucio. You're able to sometimes run away, but you're not immortal. That's the big issue. Tekugan is right here, backstaging another dive. They do have a primal rage just to kind of stand it. Siren gets some more. That's a lot of value gone from your DPS line.
Here we go. Nano comes in and Gavin is just absolutely one shot. Actually, it wasn't Nano. It was something else I'm smoking. Never mind. OBS we'll call it. No, it was a high noon from McMeme to try and zone them out. I see, but it looks like Oro. The points are. Yeah, it should be won. Parody is cleaning up here. this is, I think, what we need. I was talking about the lack of damage. As I said, Gavin, Mahir, absolutely unkillable. Not that fight, because they got hit with a bunch of shots from the Tacity, all of the Winston cleave, and basically every single cooldown from Parody. The Echo pick here from the side of the Oro Flex DPS is so crucial at being able to dislodge these batlines. His Bridge, I think, is a really bad matchup into the Echo. As I said, you just eat all of the stickies, you eat so much poke damage. Once your shield goes, you're basically cooked.
Yeah,
So,
and usually the big answer
pressure.
to break through all of these backlines would be, hey, I'm gonna nade you, and then you're gonna reach and you're gonna die. But now, if you don't have that, the second best answer, in my opinion, is going to be the Echo. So now, you have a copy, and you need to use it perfectly here. It might be a copy into Mahir to anti the backline. I think that's what we're gonna see.
Yeah, I think so. BroZone have got a bunch of ultimates, whereas it feels like the Kiri Rush is basically the only thing ready to go. But BroZone have sort of just forced the issue here on the high ground. Good progress on the cart from Oro on the attack, but ladies and gentlemen, you know, JStorado.rant.mp4, I've done this a million times casting Overwatch 2. This map was fundamentally designed for two kinds. The fact that BroZone are just able to sit and effectively AFK on the high ground is so strong. It's going to be such a Herculean effort from Oro to dislodge them from that high ground. BroZone are going to have every advantage positionally until basically runs out. Dorado first. Oh, Dorado's defense hold is so strong.
Illumina is not quite believing in the backline being able to keep them up forever. That Pharah is going to live thanks to that Nano, denying the trade. A really strong tool that we saw during the first point, but they're still low. There's no healing coming in, and Parody might be able to find them. There will not be a pick onto the Pharah, but there will be a lot of ultimates on the side of Oro, and the only way to hold them is Gavin's rally. So now the dive is coming in.
Nice
Beautiful
shot,
whip shot, and look at this.
They're still on the high grounds, guys. This is just how you play Dorado second. Everyone take notes. Okay, Illu dropped and he died. Thoughts? Coincidence? I think not. He has to go to store the carp there, by the way. I'm just being facetious. But
Oh,
now
I don't
Oro
think you
walk
can
up to the
live.
background. Did they walk into the domain? Like, any JJK fans will know what I mean. This is absolutely Gavin's domain up here. Look what he does. Simon has got a Peacekeeper and he's absolutely fed up. Here we go. Oro are done with their BS on the high ground. I thought that was a good rally, and Oro just forced points. They forced the rotation, they forced the drop, and they take the numbers advantage from there. Yeah, really, really well done. The patience and the mental needed for that is it's got to be one hell of a task, because BroZone were just living on that high ground forever. Eventually, Oro know that once they get the drop from their tank, it's money in, and yeah, they unlocked third because of it.
And I actually don't know how to feel about a Siren, you know, just using Deadeye randomly to kill a tank that was by themselves, but hopefully it's not going to come back to bite them. There's going to be a couple of ultimates that they will have ready, though. Toxic Chargers is going to have a beat ready in case for the Nano Monkey, which I think is the only ultimate that is really worth it, right? Tekugan looking for a little bit of a stage, but there's no one really there to follow it up. Illumina's in your backline, and you need to punish him now.
Illu dead. The Winston shot and kills. Arambe 30 2016. The Winston goes down. Now let's see what Teku and the crew can cook. This is a great spot for Oro to be in to really try and progress this payload to whip it round into third. They're racing against time, but Meme, nice bit of mechanics. Nice to see that the Kovacs didn't leave them after a little bit of a break from BPL. Welcome back, McMeme, and goodbye, Parody. Oro again, their caught progress and their caught pressure. This map has been really good, unironically. It sounds so simple, so basic, but they're in this spot because of their caught pressure. Unfortunately, that might be a beaten S key from Oro. A little bit of miscommunication from the backline there. Gonna want that one back, but hey, it happens. They're still able to fight, though, with a minute left. I think they're just looking for the re-engage. High Noon could be coming up. Really long fight. The nade goes in just as Parody goes forward. Can they find the execute onto the backline? Teku is here. Can the popular monster get it done? The primal mechanics, are they still there? Yes, they are onto Mahir. Can they find the Brig as well? It's been displaced. I think they've lost Gavin. They need to get them down before the rally can come in, because that could be the stabilization factor. There we go, it comes down. Is it too little, too late? I think it might be for Teku, though. And Gavin, they couldn't get them down before the rally. And yes, they've thumped it going into final fight, but BroZone stabilized.
Yeah, and triple ultimate committed on the side of BroZone. That's going to be a Nano. That Toxic Trousers, good recognition in beating it out, but it's going to be 25 seconds, and it's going to be our last touch. Jace, huge switch from Tekugan team. We have Parody on the Torbjorn, just trying to absolutely put Illuminus in jail as soon as he dives in. I don't think they quite expect the change right here. And what are you going to do? There's so much beef on their side, but there's going to be a beautiful Deadeye that Tekugan is going to block.
They've said, listen, we can't kill your backline, so we're going to try and kill everyone else through DPS passive as well, and if it wasn't for DPS passive, then this strat might not be viable, and Amore has single-handedly killed their backline. Amore has found 3 in this fight. Who is this guy? I did not. I heard rumors that Amore had developed a tracer coming into this season, notoriously primarily a flex DPS, but just goes absolutely sicko mode and BroZone get their map pick, deserve it, Dorado win, and they get out of South Mexico with all the gold and all of the pesos that they need and more. Guys, Amore stopped buying early, you know, and that was a serious tracer performance from him on this map, and ultimately when you look at it, bit critical of the Brigitte on map 1. This map, it just felt like the entire play was evolved around can they kill this backline. Oro stepped into the domain of the Brigitte so many times, and unfortunately for them 9 times out of 10 it was fucking Satoru Gojo's Infinite Void. They were trapped and they were ultimately just CC'd and killed. Great map from BroZone though. Guys, do not pick Dorado against BroZone going forward. Don't let them play Dorado.
Yeah, and I would absolutely agree. Like, after seeing what happened during the last match, of course, you have to expect that Dorado is going to be the pick. It's a dive team, Jace. Like, what else are they gonna pick, man? Like, they're gonna go in.
Yeah, real.
It's a good pick for them. It keeps the momentum going. But now Oro is going to have the map pick, and I have to remember it's going to be the first and last first to three series in our tournament. And Jace, it's gonna have more time for adaptation. We have Flashpoint, we have Push. I think we have Push coming up actually, which our maps are definitely more friendly towards the brawl, making it a little harder to play the dive. So I think Aura is gonna have a little bit of an edge coming up. But hey, that first map was as close as ever. Dorado, even if it was definitely BroZone just holding them forever, it was still very, very close. Echoes of last game still kind of reverberating through the series. So Jace, it's far from over.
Absolutely, this series is so barack. I think this one could potentially be a full banger, because I do agree that BroZone have the edge right now going into the next map, but I think it was just the overall like kind of AFK goon squadding from Oro. So dare I say we've got the edge versus the goon squad. I don't know how much I can make that. I apologize for that reference, that's terrible. But nonetheless, map 3 is Push for the pick of Oro, I believe. Let's get back on track. Colosseo, it's a Tetu classic. Get the Reinhardt back to Europe, get them to Italy. The glass has been removed, guys. We won. And I'm excited to see the new Colosseo rework. I think it's really good. I think it's really healthy.
Yeah, I love the idea of no more glass. Definitely enables a lot of different playstyles instead of just the whole trade poke. Someone takes a headshot, they die, repeat over and over and over with every map you play, right? But Colosseo, good pick from the side of Oro. Definitely gonna keep probably playing the brawl style. What else can we expect from these teams, right? You have to counter the you have to counter the play style that your opponent wants to go for, which is the dive, by just sustaining more and making it harder for them to engage before losing some kind of resource, right? You're gonna have to, you want to poke them, or you want to make it really hard for them to brawl by playing the Maga, by playing whatever. Because last time that BroZone was here, they also had to switch. No more dive, so that might just be happening right here. You have to remember there's also a couple of switches in. Twists is going to be in for parity. Whatever. And Alwyn is going to be in for McMeme, which I know that's a lot of McMeme fans. So sadly, he's not going to be playing this one. But Colosseo,
honestly, good map from McMeme as well. Good map from McMeme.
I like it. You know, really solid.
Got his one.
Yeah, playing the cast, getting your 100% win rate on that map, and let's keep it going. Oro moving into Colosseo. We have to remember after this we will have a hybrid map, no matter what, and Flashpoint in case it goes to a 2-2. Which Jace, at this rhythm, I think it will happen.
I think so. One thing I just want to see is now what is the rush comp looking like for the side of BroZone, because we saw it a little bit. I know that the rush comp from Tetu's team is going to be fundamentally solid. They looked really good on it on University. Were able to snipe up that map win, I believe, and get themselves back into it. Actually, no, I think. No, Oro lost University, didn't they? So we went to map 3. But nonetheless, I still don't doubt the Oro rush composition. Twist is back in, going to be able to play the Mei in particular. One thing I was wondering actually is if BroZone are going to be playing like a Bastion composition, because they know that Tetu should be on Rhine, and Gavin is a Bastion expert, a Bastion connoisseur. So potentially they've done a Kenjaku brain swap, and that actually is Amore playing on Gavin's account and Gavin playing on Amore's account. Pause moment. Guys, pause the lobby. Guys,
okay, can we get a pause going?
Guys, pause. Guys, pause.
Mods, pause.
Admins, thank you. Big.
All right, thank you. NA
yeah,
lobby. That's an NA lobby, right?
NA host. Yeah, both teams clearly not ready, but I wondered if the Bastion would actually be a real thing. It feels like without the Lucio, probably not, but I'll be honest, I've hated double hit stand biscuit since the start of Overwatch 2, because I think it's just fundamentally terrible. And even as good as Cass and Sojourn are right now, without anything to brawl with your Mauga, like, why not just play Sig or Orisa? Like, why play Mauga into Reinhardt when the double DPS means that you're basically going to be playing on the same angle and you don't have that much shield pressure? I don't know. What do you think? I've never seen it work, but I think it's just an anecdotal thing. I think I've been run down by shit DPS players in EU playing double hit stand too much in my games. I'm not sure.
I would argue, of course, the lizard brain, like, yeah, just a big shield versus two miniguns, right? Would make you think that Marga definitely wins the matchup. And of course, in a 1v1, he's going to bully Reinhardt, right? But at the same time, that time that you're spending chewing through the shield is time that Marga is not getting healed because of his passive, and it enables your DPS to just burn through him, right? So it's definitely a polarizing matchup. If you also have a Bastion, for example, there's no real way for the Rein to brawl until that turret mode is out. So I think it could go both ways. I would argue that Reinhardt has a little bit of an advantage, just because as long as Bastion doesn't have turn mode, you're just able to advance with your shield, push in, make the Maga not able to heal at all. If you have an Ana, even better. If you have a Sen, for example, back when he was really strong, even better. I don't think that's what we're seeing right now. But you know, I think if Aura plays it correctly, it should be really hard for Illuminus to get value out of the heal. The lobby hasn't restarted. Thank you. No. There's going to be no, oh, they got to point first, so they have the advantage. We're going to save that. And even then, the round timer for push is really fast, so shouldn't be much of an issue. BroZone, probably going to be walking on Armaga, as expected. I don't think they're going to be switching just because there was a pause. And Oro committing on over to the Reinhardt. Yeah. Jace, I would argue the big difference is what Twist is going to play. I think you need to have a cast. You have to expect them more being on Pharah, so you need some kind of dedicated someone to clip their wings. But Twists, what are they going to play? The Reaper?
Surely we know that Gavin is going to be on Brig, guys. I like Sim. Right. I like Mei, because you can wall off the heals. I like Reaper, because you can just shoot the funny tank. You can pressure the bot line. Eventually, the Brig will run out of packs. And in a situation where, effectively, you don't have a Winston or D.Va just inting onto you, as we said, Brig, in this rush composition, does struggle. You need Inspire to play the game, and often you can just kind of get walked on and killed. Same for both of this backline. Like, Oro need to press W on the backline of BroZone. It's going to be difficult though, because Illy's going to get passive up, Amori's going to be raining down rockets, and Nacho Man will be finding shots with the Peacekeeper. So Oro, it's a real skill test against them, and I can see how they managed to beat Corvidae and beat teams like this early in the season when your comp and your rush isn't as refined. BroZone's comp is really, really punishing for teams that are effectively not as communicated, not as synergistically sound, and effectively just not good at rush yet.
Right, and right now, Tekken has been playing it beautifully, like just slowly taking the space, creeping up on them, but it seems like war is just inevitable here in the middle of the point. There's going to be no more mortality field for the side of Whispers, and as we saw, right, the matchup is even. Like, it's just a hard matchup for both sides to play, and Whispers going down, it's gonna make it really tough for Oro to come back from that.
They just took so much poke and there's so much damage, and you're right, Teku was walking forward slowly, and I love the pace that they were, but once their shield broke, once they split, they went into that tight room on the left, and that is just an absolute stomping ground, quite literally, for Illuminus on the Mahir. Great on the Mauga, not the Mahir.
Yeah, and it's just a ticking time bomb. Your shield HP dropping is too bad. As long as you have the shield, the match should be even, but as soon as Teku and shield is down, Illuminus has to do everything. Yeah, you have to go drop the hammer on him. Amur has a barrage, and you have to be ready, because this is going to be a trade at absolute best.
Barrage time drop. The Sim shield is not deployed in time. Toxic charge. This means that they can't go anywhere, and they are just lambs to the slaughter. BroZone take another fight, and this is going to be a big momentum push now for them. Oro, the ults to respond with. Oro's composition, like, ultimately, Biscuit, in terms of the Q buttons they've got before they swapped to the Mei, I think was really weak. They've got high noon window maybe, but like, what do you walk out with here if you're Oro to try and retake?
Right, and how are you really gonna retake? Just as you were mentioning, right? Twist is switching now over to the Mei, so you lost that ultimate percentage, and you only have a window and a Deadeye. This Deadeye might find someone though, with really good angle here on the backline. Gavin doesn't even see it coming.
A Siren flank is nice. A Siren finds two with it. the cage comes down from Milu and no one piles into it, which means ultimately they just trap themselves in their own coffin. And there we go. It took a Flankainoom creative drop from Osiris. Really nicely done. That's an angle that you just take advantage of the unawareness, the little bit of lack of mobility with missing the Lucio and push by Osiris. That's just a really good read from them.
Right, and sadly, Gavin, just not seeing the Deadeye coming from behind them, but even then, they would be cut off, and at the absolute best, maybe they could trade. I think it would have been really tough for them to make value out of that plate, but now, Illuminus is back here, in on that backline, and I think they might be way too in to get out.
Yeah, I think they just get shot in the head there, unfortunately, and whilst BroZone have a hell of a damage to pump onto Tech again, Illuminus is gonna got shot way more than they are. Osiris on the Cassidy, yeah, really showcasing the power of just being able to stand behind the shield, deny the burn from the Mauga, and swap over. Now Illu goes over to the Ramarcha, should make that tank matchup a bit easier. That's all they need is Teku finds Amore with the Fire Strike. Okay, we might be seeing that one in Twitter in potentially 10 to 20 minutes. What a Fire Strike from Teku.
Right, beautiful Fire Strike. It's gonna find Amore, and Amore is now slowly coming back to the point. The May is about to have a Blizzard, and now Illuminus completely switching the matchup on over to Ramatcha, but they are a little bit too in yet again. Illuminus, you have to be careful.
As I said, remember, the bridge can only really give packs over, so it's going to be basically all of Mahir's healing that is permanently going on.
No.
The Barrage Fan comes down, Amore, that one was personal for their Fire Strike, I think. And I don't blame it. 2 ultimates from BroZone. They hold on to this window, and going forward, honestly, with the amount of resources Illu's being powered into in terms of healing, I want Mahir to be a bit more liberal with the window. I'm going to back that judgment over mine, of course, but potentially I think for BroZone, if they can be more liberal with the window, use it more flexibly, use it more often, that uptime on it is going to be ridiculously fast.
Right, and now that we have Ramatcha, absolutely just an even matchup all the way. Like, it's gonna be about managing your form, able to maybe force out taking it a little bit more, but 5 ultimates gonna be really rough to play against, even when, especially when you only have a window to deal with it. The window is out, but it's not gonna find anything. There's so much cover.
Good wall from Twist though, just to try and force them into the room, getting the Fire Strike pressure onto Gavin. Teku doesn't really want to go into the tight room, but Toxic is not a pick onto Mahir. I guess they split. Gavin tried to go to point with the fight with their tanks. That leaves Mahir isolated. Great wall again from Twist. That's 2 out of 2 from the May player to completely separate and split BroZone, cut them apart. Their legs were already taken out via Toxic Charge's pick onto Mahir, but that's all you need from your May on this fight. Again, all the damage that Oro have got to be able to apply pressure, it's Twist's walls that are effectively just going to condemn members of BroZone. So this is going to be a big map from Twist on the May here.
Yeah, and Twists, I like the May pick, definitely making it hard for the Luminous to go forward without getting some help from the backline to break the wall. And not gonna quite find anything with this Zerai, definitely scaring them, buying some time for Tekken to rotate and get a little bit of care. But still, 3 ultimates and no real answer from the side of BroZone just yet. You don't have your rally, and Toxic Charges might go down here.
Ooh, they do, and the Whispers jumps on 1 HP. And Nacho Man is going to finish them off.
Oh,
with the final blows. Bunch of ultimates being traded left and right. Twist uses the Blizzard and they die, and Nacho Man just in position to clean them up. And I guess it's an expensive fight, but ultimately it's so good for BroZone to then be coming up on Rally and Barrage as the dust settles. Still in the lead as well as we get down to our 4-minute time bank. Oro a little bit potentially panic stations now with the May on the field. Do they have the damage to carve through the HPs of BroZone?
Right, the big problem, right, that we see, the advantage that they had is kind of gone now, right? You would have expected, hey, they have a bunch of ultimates, they can slowly pace them out, pepper them in throughout the fights, but you miss them all, and now you're running against a Barrage, which is gonna just break hell loose in just a couple seconds.
Nice wall, nice pin. The cover Barrage is so good though from Amore, it just stops them from pushing onto Illu, and they still actually do it anyway, thanks to the beat from Toxic Trousers. Teku nowhere near towards their ultimate, but Twist finds a headshot onto Gavin. That's not something you see every now and again. The rare icicle to the face as they go down. Gets traded out though again. Man, May's in such a weird spot right now because I think in situations it's so good, but against this DPS line, against Cass and Farah, you're just a lamb to the slaughter. You're just waiting to be absolutely cooked. Fried, deep fried, raw, poached, boiled, whatever you want. Speaking of, Teku is exactly the same, by the way. Like, BroZone are just, again, compositionally, they found a really good matchup into Oro, and they can't really adapt. Twist, I don't even think they want to go over to the Farah here. Maybe could pull out an Echo. But honest, Reinhardt May gameplay is just sort of being out-buffed right now by all the absolute power that BroZone are committing compositionally. Still in the lead.
Right,
Nothing's really changed in 2 minutes, Biscuit. Like, still scary for Oro.
Yeah, and the hit and run that Illumina just did on that bot, right? Just getting that checkpoint, quickly guaranteeing the next time that they make them, they're gonna have a big lead. But Whispers pops the window a little bit too early. There's too much cover for it to get any kind of value. Same goes for the Deadeye, and those are two ultimates that are not gonna find anything. You're gonna lose Tekugan here, most likely. And
I think so. Ooh. Okay,
no resources, Chase.
No, the barrage comes down from the top, and Mori finds 2. They get traded, but that should be it. Again, BroZone run them out of resources, they run them out of HP. Once that shield breaks, once that May Cryo is gone, if that lamp comes out early, what can you do? BroZone is just, man, I guess I'm just saying it too many ways now. Like, BroZone's comp again is just so much easier to execute. It punishes mistakes that Oro are making, cooldowns that are being forced, cooldowns that are being stripped away just by pure primary fire damage. As I said, Oro just feels like they have to play so much better than BroZone, and also definitely a good run team.
Big Shadow?
Might have to be. Otherwise, Illu is just going to run them all over.
Not right now. Illuminus is trying to look for something. Nacho Man gets the diff onto a Siren, and it looks like Tekugan is gonna go down. Trades coming left and right, and that beat is gonna come for the side of Oro. It's probably gonna guarantee the win on this fight. No, actually, Nacho Man will break through that through that sound barrier, and 68 meters and counting. A Siren gets the pick, but it's too little, too late. Illuminus is gonna get out here as well as their support. And Jace, losing that window and that Deadeye in such a poor fashion, right? Not getting anything, not getting a pick, not getting damaged, not forcing resources, is gonna make it now so that you don't have anything. You don't really, like, Whisper's about to get a window again, but that's a lost fight, and you cannot afford to lose fights anymore. You cannot afford to lose anything.
BroZone are grinning ear to ear when Toxic commits speed there. I'm not sure if they had it for...
Ooh!
Oh, okay, Teku might just be sitting Yellow down all on himself. Okay, they've had enough of your bullshit. Teku finds 1, Teku finds 2. The Reinhardt and May are back with a vengeance after losing that last fight. They don't even need the beat. Teku finds 3. They're not dead yet, Biscuit. They're not dead yet. They've got ultimates ready to go. But as I said, I think that beat commit is really going to punish them in the long run. Because now for basically 1 fight is all that they need. Gavin's got Rally. Nacho Man has High Noon. Twist cannot afford to get picked out of the air by the Peacekeeper of Allwyn. Otherwise, God, it's just going to be so rough for them.
And it's gonna be really hard for you to just chew through the HP pool that you have to deal with every time that they have a rally. Look at this, a little bit stuck here under the bridge. No more shield either. This is looking bad for Oro.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a really nice window. Gavin potentially overpeaks it, but Nacho Man finds a big onto Twist, and that's a lot of damage gone. The Siren's High Noon. Nacho Man gets rid of them with a window of their own. And it might just be Mahir, Nacho Man and Amore versus the world. The power of friendship is absolutely prevailing. Get your BroZoners out. Rage them. Because Amore's found 1. Toxic trades them, and it's still 3v3 on the point. Luckily, Teku is back on the time. And
They have to
not over yet. It's 77 meters. So I believe they got the butt scratch, as we call it. I do believe that was capped for them. So it could just be 1 fight wipe and all they need. But Illu's here, and they've got potentially... Oh no,
not the Ajax!
Oh no!
And Tekugan is gonna get a shatter.
The ult from Oro, their backline has been so rushed. Call it inexperience, call it what you want. Oro's supports make some really bad mistakes, I think, with ultimates in the final 2 minutes. I hate to say it, but BroZone, man, if they were mistakes, it was just so ruthless, so cutthroat from BroZone here. And Biscuit, they moved to match point. What a close back and forward map that was. Man, I need a second to digest that one. That was so close. Oh my god.
Of course, there's mistakes, but at the end of the day, if you're Oro, you're playing an uphill battle. Like, you're stuck under the bridge. They have like 5 people alive, and it's only your tank and 2 supports. And then I like the decision. I like the Lucy on the Baptiste trying to go and get the Pharah, because at the end of the day, it's gonna come back to bite you as long as she's alive. But then, like, barrage, what's gonna happen? Someone is going to die on your team. Even, like, unless the Pharah absolutely misses every single rocket, which is not gonna happen in a room that small. Jace, I think it's impossible for Oro to really win there. And even then, the mistakes that BroZone commit during that fight, if they commit them, they're not as punished, right? Their spawn is right there. They can switch to faster heroes. It's just, it's like the chronicle of an announced death. You know it's gonna happen. You know there's no real way for you to go. And Oro is not quite able to confirm the win. BroZone putting us at match point, putting us at tournament point, actually, coming up nowadays.
And honestly, this just... Listen, if anyone needed evidence that's news to the community that tier lists are just the most, like, bogus thing ever, it really doesn't matter, because whilst it's only kickoff splash. BroZone looked good here, and as I said, I want them to continue being a force going in to the rest of the season. And by the way, over on B Steam, because we've just had the winners interview, it's going to be Watercoo taking home your C League Kickoff Championship. Spooky runner-up again. Feels bad, man. That's like 3 in a row now for our beloved BPL admin and main tank Reinhardt Enjoyer. But congratulations to Watercoo. Really good job from them taking home the championship. Going to be hyped to play them in the regular season. Got some good VODs to download from there as well. Across A-League, Sayo are 1-0 up on their map, and I believe this warrants us. Are we carrying on, or are we ripping it and going to a break? Let's see.
Oh, it seems like we're moving on to the King's Row. A good pick from the side of Oro as well, Jace. Just as you were mentioning, if you forgot about it, the B-League tournament is not the only thing happening right now. Of course, C-League has already concluded. Really fast tournament over there. Probably not as many teams on that league, sadly. But Kickoff Tournament A is also happening between Sleepy Kittens and Sayonara, who Sleepy Kittens took a big win against the Reborn Racers in a 2-0 fashion. Same for Sayonara versus Conjured. So if you have 2 monitors, absolutely get those 2 streams going, because the kickoff tournament for BPL in general is going to be coming to a close soon. But moving on to King's Row, Jace, I would argue this is definitely better for Oro. Of course, you're playing Reinhardt. This is your map. This is where you have to make it count. But even then, it was not like BroZone was playing dive doing Colosseo, right? They were playing Ramacha, they were playing up and close and personal into their faces. So it's not like you're getting an easy win here. You still have to work for it, because they ran it. They ran you. They gave you a good run for your money on Colosseo. So now we gotta make it count on a map that is perfect for the comp that you're trying to run. We're gonna find in just a couple of seconds what they will be running. Of course, don't always trust what you see on the initial picks. Of course, you have a more on the Widow and Mahir on Live Weaver. I'm assuming just a quick shot and then pull into spawn. But Tekugen looks like they're committing on over to the Orisa, predicting a Ramacha, predicting a Brawl Tank from the side of BroZone. This could go anywhere. This could go anyway, actually, with twists also on the Pharah. Not quite able to predict this one, Jace, but I hope that Illuminus is back on Ramacha, because I think that they are also able to play the Brawl perfectly.
I think so. The Brawl matchup so far has been so close. King's Row is a lot kinder to the Reinhardt and May than Colosseo is, but I think that was still one of the better maps for particularly May. I think the Reinhardt being a little bit of a downfall there, but Teku's always going to play that hero. They're going to play till the grave, because it's ultimately about vibes and aura, as opposed to just playing the pure meta. But Illu getting a counter swap is all that they needed. And speaking of, they're just going to do the same thing again. They see that Oro are on Orisa. They're playing a bit more of a Pokey-based composition. They're just going to look to, ultimately, I think, exploit the backline. Illu's eyes should be set on that back piece, on that Lucio. Can they deal with the dive? Can they deal against all the pressure? Because Amore goes to very, very low HP. Teku looking to try and stop the dive all the best they can. So the Demon Orisa skin looking to be exactly that, demonic. Their presence needs to be felt on this map. Nacho Man is dead. Teku hits the headshot. But Illu is on the backline. Can they find the trade? Can they find the pick? Teku is split. It's going to be running out of Fortify here. So Orisa very squishy once that goes. Can they put the pressure down? Yes, they can. Farah in the air if left unchecked is now a tank shredder, guys. This hero does so much damage now. Maybe they always did this much damage, I'm not sure, but it just feels like Amore is effectively playing like a better version of Junkrat, able to just splash damage. The minute we see Teku lose Fortify there, they are just one shot. Illu goes down though, so that stops the push for now. Looks like Oro are happy to just stabilize and wait for their tank who's on the quicker respawn.
Yeah, and, you know, Tekugen probably getting a little bit too confident. That, you know, having gold mode definitely makes you kind of immortal for just a couple of seconds, but it looks like this High Noon is going to make you really fast. The brick is going to go down here, and it seems like BroZone is just getting dismantled this fight.
Yeah, man.
Oh, never mind.
This Cass and Pharah combo are so silly. Both of these heroes have got so much mobility. I'm just seeing Cass effectively sprint into their backline, puts a bullet in Gavin from High Noon, reloads, and then puts a full 6 into their face to clean them off. And if that's not bad enough, Amore is now just a dive character on the Pharah. Both of these characters before their mini reworks were a bit slow, a bit stagnant, stable, and honestly not very good, but so all it takes is just one breath of patch, and Nacho Man and Amore have been loving it so far. It's been such a key for BroZone going through this tournament. I can imagine a part of their run, and so far in the grand finals, BroZone's DPS on these two have been excellent.
Oh, I think Twists kind of didn't commit to anyone quite there with their ultimate. Not quite able to find the pick on Tafara, which I think they would have been able to, but it looks like we have a Nano Fara on our hands. No barrage. I think it will be delayed, maybe?
Ooh, they took a barrage on top, but they killed themselves. Yeah, you can die to your own barrage, guys. Splash damage is in the game. Gavin, Rally might actually be okay if they can kill Teku, because Bridge is just so done on this point. Yeah. So, Amore just hits the 3-2-1 Nano Farah, I die. Says the Orbi in chat. Sure, Amore. Sure, whatever you want, buddy. A great rally from Gavin. Once again, showcasing the power of Brig when she's able to really flex her aggressive muscles, which is so rare these days.
Yeah, and it's just hard, man. Like, it's tough for them to get value out of that Farah pick, right? Because at the end of the day, you have a Siren on the Kree, and then you're trying to going in on a team that is already planted there defensively. It's hard, right? But Twist still on the Farah. It seems like an aggressive beat to try and retake over the point. Damore tries to get out, but they will not be heading out anytime soon. Illumina's dropping real low, and it seems like this fight is all Oro.
Yeah. As I said, if anyone doesn't know the lore behind the Teku team, and it's the Ouroboros, it's the snake that eats itself. It's in the constant cycle, but one thing that Oro are not doing is continuing the cycle of making the same mistakes. They're being adaptable, they're looking to adjust. The Orisa pick is just that, the Farah pick is just that. But for now, it looks like they make the same mistake of overextending just as I go into it. Again, Teku is going to die without Fortify. Nacho Man finds one. KO win.
Nacho Man, I actually don't know what I can say here. Like, Nacho Man and McMeum, definitely just beautiful Kree gameplay right here on BroZone. Able to put it 4 minutes basically on the clock. Jace, this is not looking quite as even as I expected at the beginning of the set. But Whisper is gonna have a window. Siren takes the oh no.
So Siren got his one. They had business in the Shadow Realm. Okay, don't worry about it. Mods put the camera away. Mods, put the camera away. Don't worry about it.
Either that's a minus 1 billion aura or minus 1 billion. Plus 1 billion. It could. Hey, I cannot tell. And Tekogan is getting really low, but they managed to pull them in around the corner. They cancel the ultimate immediately so as to not get burned. Twist finds the pick on Nacho Man, and it seems like Aura is just marching and getting away from them.
Yeah, a really clean fight for Oro so far. Nice use, and Amore is now the one with the Fortify. It's not the best ultimate in the world, dare I say it. I don't know if Amore wins that, actually. The Teku takes so much damage. Oh, Riss is supposed to be the unkillable demon, particularly with that skin on. The unkillable horse just galloping towards your backline. But as we said, the minute Fortify fades, God, Echo and Farah just do so much damage to these tanks, particularly with the DPS passive. Teku can't live. They've now gone over to the Junker Queen of all things. Seems like they're trying to play anything but Sigma or Ramatra. Yeah, I don't know if the Queen is particularly that good. I think you just get shot by Nacho Man and Amore.
Yeah,
you might be able to get passive up on Gavin, Mahir, and Ilu. I think one anti-nade might be your whole season done. It might be your whole kickoff clash done. But you know what? Let's see it, Teku. Let the man crush. Okay, that's a nano instant.
I like the idea. I think it's pretty interesting. But now that they some nano monk in your backline, they try to get away so as to not get one shot by the Deadeye, and it's gonna find the pick. Twist, beautiful job right there, getting my here a little bit low, but it doesn't matter. It's still on a break. The same issue that's been biting them since the beginning of this set. Illumina's dropping a little bit too low, and that might just be the end of the fight for the side of BroZone. Nothing left. There's no more fuel, but there is a copy being built. For those that are coming in from the BPL 3 stream, as I just saw in the chat, we have BroZone versus Oro. Tournament point for the side of BroZone, who have been rocking the dive composition the entire time. But no, it seems like it's a caster curse. I was switching over to the Orisa, giving them a little bit more brawling power. Definitely I think they're focusing on bullying Tekugan.
Yes, they're just counter swapping Teku actually. This is like you're playing ranked in like Diamond or something. Just counter swap the tank and look at the tank, and I guess it works when your DPS from BroZone is so good if you can stop the space being made from Teku. Now that there's no cooldown zone, the rally should get hit, but they get antied. Oh no, and they can't get that sustain, they can't get that regenerative burst that Teku and by all means default Junker Queen relies on, and that's the go button for Amore. They just fly into the backline and clean up. Amore finds another two, and pleasant surprise BroZone, dare I say it, and they've been excellent on King's Row again. It looks like they're going to finish with time. Teku comes out on the board, just a delay. If Oro can get to overtime, it's absolutely winnable.
Okay, wait.
It might fall though. Is the full hold on? Is it on with 50 seconds? Is the hold there? Despite Teku's early death? The numbers,
it might
are they
be,
up? And Ilu's now
it might
back
be
on the
happening. Illuminous is going a little bit too in, biting a little bit more than they can actually get in, and it seems like it's going to be a pick onto Illuminous. Hopefully, unless they kill a Siren, and they may get the recall back, but it's a little bit too ambitious. They don't manage to get it. Nacho managed right here on point. They have a dead, and it's slowly slipping away from them.
What a flip from BroZone, actually. I thought they were down in this fight, but their numbers get back. They stall it out. Illu does a great job of suppressing the Widow. That allows the DPS from BroZone to walk back in, and they take care of the rest. As we've said, those two, Nacho Man and Amore, have just been excellent this whole series. Every single fight, showcasing the impact of DPS in BPL, and when it's not super high level coordinated play, when people do make mistakes, when there is little bits of missing macro, just the ability to effectively just ego people on DPS and just force the issue. Playing power picks like Echo, like Pharah, it's such a nightmare to deal with. The DPS, they feel at times so weak when you just get jumped on by a Winston, don't they, Biscuit? But then you're seeing the power that we're getting out from, honestly, Osiren when they're given space, Twist on the Pharah on the first map, Amore for basically this whole 3 maps, Nacho Man for these 2 maps on the Cassidy. It's Schrodinger's DPS. They are both absolutely unkillable and paper thin at the same time. It's crazy.
Yeah, now if you're and the thing right there, Jay, towards the end is you switch it over to the Junker Queen. Of course, decent idea on paper. You're countering Illuminous, but a counter pick to you when you're on last point, when you're so like there's such little distance away from you losing, is that they can just do the same right back to you. There's like the counter pick is gonna affect you way more than it's gonna do the same to them, right? It's just slowly buying time, and you seem to end the map with 21 seconds. So even though this is not impossible, it's looking like a tall hill to climb, bro. So just looking so good and during the entire tournament. Osiren is going to be on the Widow. I don't know if they're going to be able to find a pick. They might just, they don't really get it. And they are now on the Tracer. Putting a lot more pressure to Mari and Gavin. They have to like feel their eyes out for them. But hey, Tekken's in a little bit of trouble right there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Tracer into this comp, because it feels like you're just going to be trying to potentially look to poke out Gavin and Mahir, or put the DPS passive onto the Time Cavalier and then ultimately just look to get a pulse bomb and race to it. Feels like it might just be an off-angle shoot kind of Tracer gameplay, so there's a wealth of options for a Siren, and I think they've got to pick the right one situationally, and that's going to be really difficult. Very experienced player on the DPS, not so much, but they've been very solid so far. Twist oversteps and Amore just punishes them. Tekio oversteps, arms cross, that's not going to matter because 119 aid is all that they need. Whisper's sticking on the back piece clearly for comfort, but I wonder if for Kiriko is potentially needed. They've got to help Teku though, Biscuit. Oro is just sort of letting their tanks die, I think, to nothing.
To be fair, Tekugan has had a little bit of an issue with overextensions, right? As soon as you're going in, Illuminous is going to put that bubble on top of you, and your team needs a plan. You need to burn it, you need to punish Illuminous. Yeah, exactly, just like that. However, the Tracer pick you were saying is the one that keeps me puzzled, right? You by yourself are not going to break the chokehold that Gavin and Mahir have like on the backline, right? So either you commit on over just to commit the monkey, or a better dive, but it's not happening here.
Absolutely it isn't, and now the copy is out, and Amore is getting swinging, and now the infection is just going to drain Tech again of their last life. Great dive from Illu though. Heavy investment fight for BroZone, but I mean, as I said, 2 minutes under now. Oro are going to be having their ultimate, so the natural ebb and flow of Overwatch should now decrease for BroZone now.
They're paying dearly for never having found the answer of how do we kill Gavin and Mahir. And Osiren being only on the only member that is really able to punish the backline is not going to cut it. Now Illuminous is on yours, and you need to help out Whispers, but the only way help you have is going to be your entire team having to peel for them, and it's going to lose you a lot of position here.
And position is going to be also important because it's going to deny Twist from getting a really good Pioneer angle. Illu bites the bullet there, quite literally, goes straight through them, takes their head off. Gavin, the rally is a little bit unfortunate because Amore just died, but it's going to help them stall on point. The window from Whispers is good. It basically just denies anyone from swinging onto the point. Yeah, great window as well in coalition with Tekugen's ultimate. Nice little two-piece combo. The High Noon wasn't the best. I guess it found the pick onto Illu, to be fair, but yeah, sealing it up. Potentially a little bit of an overinvestment, dare I say it, but Oro aren't going to care. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's so nitpicky to call it an overinvestment there. Oro are just going to be happy to get the payload unlocked.
Right, and 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Of course, they are able to break through that first point, but there's still a whole map ahead of them. So this is just the beginning. Nacho Man gets the first pick onto a Siren. Gonna probably keep them stuck during the first point of this point. Good move from the side of Toxic Thrusters, denying the entry from the side of Illuminous. But Jace, you're moving into a Deadeye, you're moving into a Nano, and you don't have any resources other than a Pulse Bomb, which could find a lot of people or could find nothing. Like, your entire game plan is based around this Pulse Bomb, and there's no way to guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, Pulse Bomb on one end and Amore just hitting a 6-second cooldown on the other with basically the same amount of damage. Don't quote me on that. Teku again falls. Just the pressure again. Both of these tanks are just getting shot religiously backwards and forwards. And in the end, it feels like a little bit of a stat check war. And again, guys, Echo is a very, very strong character in this meta right now, and Amore is demonstrating that from Pilot with the DPS passive. Once again, it reduces the healing. It's an anti-nade sort of effect. Doesn't quite completely negate, it just reduces. It makes tanks squishier. The game is entirely different now from this previous season's patch compared to a DPS shooting you versus a non-DPS shooting you. And as I said, people are squishy, they can die. Amore on the drinking screen here though as the fight starts. Teku just gets shot, trades 1 for 1. If Illu cleans them up, they're going to be able to build towards the rampage here. 350 HP Queen should just get shot, yeah. Gonna expire, but now they pop out the bomb, they've got all the cooldowns. Oh, and Toxic doesn't go to keep Whispers alive. The peel comes down, and Amore executes them. I think that is just going to be the fight. Winston on King's Row is still working into this comp.
Yeah, there's just no way that Toxic are just gonna be able to peel out more right there, right? You're just gonna have to commit and bite the bullet. Taking at half HP. Twist is coming back, but I don't think. Nacho Man is coming back. I don't think they will be here on time. You need to play fast now that the DPS is down. Deadeye is right there, but the stun is gonna come right out and just pays for it with his life. Illuminous could die here though.
Illuminous could die. They're gonna have the primal. The Pulse Bomb comes in from Siren. Rare miss from them. And yeah, BroZone just all on the left side of the kill feed. It's been a really aggressive hold from them. And I think it's going to force out a counter swap or two. There we go. Twist has gone over to the Reaper.
Ooh, that's the Reaper gambit right there. Hey, no more monkey, no more fun for you. But I love what BroZone is doing here. Like, Illuminous on this monkey, the aggressive defense that you're mentioning, right? It's just such fast gameplay, and Aureus hasn't been able to respond to it. Illuminous is getting absolutely dope here, but the Nano's gonna keep them alive. But I don't think that window is gonna have some good news for you.
Yeah, they can't beat through the window, and that effectively completely negates the Nano. Whispers getting the snipe onto Amore there. Twist is able to run down Illu, and that's the fight that they needed. BroZone go all the way back. And Oro, double support ultimate invested and double fight win for them. 2 in a row now, really looking to snowball this through. We're getting into 40 seconds. Could this beat it for BroZone though? Amore's got copy. This might be final fight. BroZone could have the unexpected, unforeseen championship. Right here is Mahir though. I don't think it's today. Not quite yet.
Gets a little bit too close for comfort, and Illuminous might have just been jumping into a Reaper, which is going to cost them. This is going to be the cap for Oro if they play this correctly. A lot is going to hinge on the fact if Tekken is going to be able to hit the correct people with their ultimate. Gavin and Mahir do not have an answer to getting antied, so this is your one chance, Teku. You need to press Q, and that Q has to be humongous. VPL clips of the week, kind of big, right? Twist's also gonna have their Blossom, but of course it's gonna be volatile. Like, you're gonna get stunned, you're gonna get beamed, you're gonna get anti, you're gonna get slapped. So they get into position and Tekken. This is your one chance. 1 minute and 20 seconds. We're getting close to the end.
Listen, if you had one opportunity, you know, one chance, one shot. It's a difficult comp. Whispers gets forced out so low, so early. The cooldown's going. Illu does just take them down. Team KO Baptiste, please. I don't know how many times. I have to say, it's been a rough series from Whispers, absolutely. They've just been absolutely getting the full brunt of the aggressive dive from BroZone, and really, Kiriko Baptiste, it just feels like they can't live, and that is the nature of the beast. Sometimes the flex support is always the target, the primary bulk of sustain, and now we're getting in again to one final fight territory. Who do you think, Biscuit? What are we thinking? Like,
I think the switch from Whispers has this perfect right here. Just playing the Kiriko is just gonna give you a lot of help, right? You cannot switch off of Tech. You cannot get Tekken off of a Jungle Queen, so keeping them safe from the amp is gonna be really important. But Whispers is dead immediately, so you have to lose. Just lose the fight really quick, or win it instantly. Osiris is gonna find two. Just the backline is entirely dead, but Tekken is dead as well. You committed your Blossom, and now you're down a couple resources.
And Nacho Man hits a big shot there. Just Twist is gonna be able to vamp off Illu on that Primal Rage, would have gone to full HP, and then potentially gone and Rage Bite to be able to push the Winston. But if Siren comes up clutch, keep it alive. 10 seconds left. Osiren has had a great couple of maps, to be fair, on the Cassidy, really doing all that they can. And now I think Oro are in a great spot. They're going to have to be going against Nano and Rally. But it's Beat versus Rampage. Let's
Nano
see.
Rally copy. I mean, I think
Don't
the
get shield
Rampage...
back.
No,
Don't
the
get
Rampage
shield back.
doesn't have a counter. Someone has to die to it. So technically, please look at the backline. Faziano!
It's a great hit. It's a great hit from Teku. The Rally comes in. Can they live? Yes, they can. The anti-nade fades, and it's so clutch. But Osiren manages to find Nacho Man. They split. Do they overextend? Amori finds it. So
Luminous
Amori goes to mode here on the Reaper. It's going to be so tense. Twist is one. Where's your race, Twist? No, you can't die. But they get the point. They can't.
The
touch.
C9!
Oh my god. We're going to extra rounds, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute to 121. There is really nothing in this. Oro, stay alive. Oh my god. It's been so
beautiful.
This could not be any closer, by the way. This map has been absolutely crazy. A great rampage,
absolutely.
even though they don't find anything with the rampage, but guys, attention is a resource, quite literally. So,
and everything is just hinging then on a more coming back to point, right? I think they spent a little bit too long on the Reaper 1v1. They also tried to TP when walking would have been more than enough. And you know, hey, the game is not over. Like, it's still gonna get, again, it's gonna get a little bit tough. Osiren hovering the Sombra. I don't think they're gonna be walking out on this. But if anything, you have to go fast. 1 minute versus 1 minute and 20 seconds. Of course, the difference is gonna be mostly like one fight, if it is a difference. But BroZone is gonna be committing on over to the life. They've been playing it perfectly, and the target is Whisper. A lot of this is going to hinge on if Whispers is able to die very quickly for the side of BroZone, or if they can either suspend their death for long enough or live through the entire dive that Illumina is going to be staging. Now that Amor is also is on Echo as well. So Osiren seems like they're committing on over to Sombra. Never mind, it's going to be a Winston, making it really hard for Illuminus to get value out of those dives and getting Amor out of the sky. Twists playing Symmetra. They're going to TP onto the point. We have some cheese on our plate, Jace.
absolutely, and let's see if let's see if they can bring the beef to form the cheese stage. It looks like they've got the HP to do it. Osiren on the Bastion, taking a page out of Gavin's book and just absolutely rinsing through the backline. It's a genius rotation from Oro as they pull it out. It looks like for emergencies only, and it buys them an all-important vital first fight. This was sick from Oro, showcasing why they deserve to be in our kickoff grand finals. This was so clutch from them. Great read, great call.
You know how we were talking about how their big issue has always been not killing Gavin and Mahir? They found the answer. It may only work one time. I think it's only and it's the one time that you need it to work. So good job for side of Oro identifying, hey, we just have to kill backline and we win, which is the Overwatch secret to all of you who are watching. 6 seconds. Looks like we're staying. It's gonna be an overtime match through and through. Jay's window coming up for the side of Oro. They're gonna get shattered really fast. But BroZone, even though they lost the fight really quickly, they have a copy and a primal rage coming up. Mahir and Gavin, no ultimate percentage, so that's going to be really important. No nano means that Toxic Trousers can use their ultimate whenever they want, on whenever they feel comfortable doing so.
Yeah, Siren has made the Dark Binding Vow with the Bastion gods to pull out this map win, because they really need it. Ilu gets so low, and they have to jump away from the cart, but I think they're just kind of stuck in the corner, and Ilu should just die here. Whispers dies instead, though. How does Whispers die? We cut away at almost the worst time. That was an off-screen kill. We're getting much better right now, but Nacho Man is just cleaned up in this fight. How on earth does Ilu live? Where is the speed and the aggression? Just kill the Winston. For God's sake, it's a moment of indecisiveness, dare I say it, from Oro. They were coming up on ults too. It's really rough call to make though, Biscuit. And unfortunately, they just give Nacho Man a spot to clean them up. And I have no idea how Toxic dies there. Or Whispers. I think it was Whispers that died first.
Jace,
how does Nacho find a pick onto the backline there?
That's a micro differential. What can I say? Illuminus cannot live there. There's a Bastion looking at him. No jump, no bubble. They don't die, and you pay the price with Nacho Man, who has been putting an absolute clinic on the Cassidy. I wish I could see his stats right now. But I will argue, Whispers makes the biggest sin. Just playing in, like playing on top of the team, and of course you're gonna pay for it. You do not have a barrier. Well, you do have a barrier from the side of Reinhardt, but if you play ahead, you're risking your life, and Whispers dying means that there's no more sustain because your only other healer is going to be a Lucio. There's nothing you can do there. Either you go really fast after the death and maybe get a couple of trades, but that's not going to happen when Illuminus lives and gets so much healing from Gavin and Mahir. So it doesn't quite end up going their way, but a valiant push. Usually they were not able to even push that far. So Jace, it could be worse. A Siren is going to be playing Sombra, probably hacking the objective that Twists wants to go for and confirming a kill, probably on Mahir and Gavin. It's gonna be a little bit tough to defend that. But Whispers is now on Moira, giving them a lot more survivability, able to escape from really bad situations, and providing a lot of burst healing for Tekugan. The game is on, 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock.
Time is not on their side. Ilu getting pressure on the point. It's 2 for 2 right now. Teku is still alive and able to cook, but it looks like Ilu's just trying to get it taken. 60 seconds. You don't want to extend this fight too far if you are the side of BroZone. You need to sort of get that taken.
No knife!
Get out. But they get Twist on the way out. It's illegal. And Ilu's going to live as well. Oh my god, it's a disaster for the side of Oro. How does Twist go down there? So Siren pulls out the Sombra, which is interesting to say the least. I think maybe potentially predicting other comps. And I actually don't like the Sombra into BroZone's comp. I think you just gotta play something that goes pound for pound on the shots. But Nacho Man, Nacho Man, Amore is The Rock versus John Cena here. Battle for the lifetime. Both of these really wanting the MVP. The Siren now goes over to the Reaper. Some potentially desperation swaps coming in. They just have to deal with this dive. BroZone,
and I hate to mention it, but the Sombra is just such a random pick. If you're gonna dive, if you're gonna play with Jinko, why not something that rushes? Why not any other character? I don't understand the value that Sombra gives you, but it seems like there's not gonna be no more Sombra or Siren committing on over to this last fight, making it really hard for Luminous to find value onto the dive. But it looks like they are moving the map and getting behind them. Not quite, actually, putting a double on them. Luminous, no more window. You have to kill them here.
Ooh, Ilu falls so low though. This is Winston lives. Remember, the longer the fight goes on,
so much damage.
More likely. You think more likely the fight gets favourable for BroZone, but Toxic peaks the Nacho Man High Noon. It's an all-important mistake now. They can't go anywhere. One of their healers down is gone. Amori just gets the top. He splings the corner. Whisper's dead as well. Both supports down. This is going to be it for the BroZone, and they weren't backed. They've been buffed. The power of friendship, the power of familiarity. They played dive on King's Row. They won that map last time in their E-League Grand Finals, and now it comes full circle to take it home. BroZone, to the shock of most people. Spam it in the chat, guys. Get it in BPL General. BroZoners rise. Trolldang up. Congratulations to BroZone, because they're going to be your B-League Kickoff class Grand Finals winners. Excited to see them in the regular season. This team is seriously going to do some damage, I think.
That's a dive team through and through. I love how dedicated they were. Of course, at some points breaking the convention, playing Brawl, but that's a dive team. They play beautifully, and you cannot even say, hey, they played like a lot of Dorado or like dive only maps. They played Brawl. They were playing on King's Row and they were able to win. So congratulations to BroZone, definitely committing on over to their, the dark horse. A lot of people not expecting them to win, but I think a lot of good names. And after seeing this kickoff tournament, only apart from saying, hey, I hope they don't get cursed like other teams, I definitely hope that that they make it far, because this is a team to watch out for. Jay's beautiful gameplay, of course. A couple of weird decisions from Oro. The Sombra Genji Gambit not quite paying off, because of course you're playing against a brig, so it's not quite fast. You actually have to go through a couple of barriers to get your pick, but at the end of the day, they close it out. BroZone sweep. What else can I say, Jace?
Yeah, and we're going to get the winners interview with some of them as well. Funjin, I believe, holding up to. We got Amore, Gavin, Ilu, McMeme, and Nacho Man 46 all the way down for it. Just real quick, guys, just in case, before you go, we're going to have a stream tomorrow on twitch.tv/badpachimari League, where we will decide the groups. I say we, the admins, will decide groups going into the regular season. So keep in mind for that. And I believe the way it works is that the two teams in the grand finals are on opposite sides of the groups, and then they draw either from pick or from random or from pool. So I'm good to go for interviews whenever. Hopefully Biscuit should be as well. Yeah. Let's get the BroZone gang in here. I think if I was a betting man, and most people said, oh yeah, BroZone are going to win kickoff, by the way. I think most people would have called you a lunatic.
What's up?
But I mean, you know,
What's up, gang?
Are we living in the asylum? Hello, BroZone. Congratulations, James. Really, really well deserved, by the way. Super, super impressive dive. Really clean shit. Good job, guys. Initial thoughts? I don't know. Floor is yours. Go for it.
I
mean,
don't know.
C League Nepo team.
A little bit.
We on
Little
that shit.
I think
Hey.
people underrated how many times Mime here and Elim have played together. Like half our
Right.
tournaments are with each other, and
Yeah.
people rate us low for some reason.
Hey,
Oh, no.
it happens. We talked about it also
I did.
during cast,
I'll be
right? We,
real.
we were like, hey, there's of course tier lists, but tier lists don't really matter. Everyone has a plan until there's a monkey in your backline. So I don't want to talk about that one. Why commit so hard to the dive? You get me? Like, I see it the whole time, but even in Colosseo and King's Row, like, is it just a thing you guys practice? Is it like a pact? Like, we're never gonna switch us to the monkey, or what's happening?
Practice.
I think it's comfort pick
It's
thing.
comfort picked, and also, if they can't stop the dive, why swap?
Exactly.
It's not Overwatch fucking Champion Series or whatever.
s-
Like
we're
it's not
secretly
tier
Korean.
one.
We're
You
in
do
B
not
League,
need to
bro.
play
We can-
Maga.
We're in B League. We can play whatever we want, bro. Like,
I see all these B League teams playing Maga
Facts.
and losing. You don't need to play Maga.
just play your one trick, bro. We all know your one tricks out there. Like, just play it. I'm a Winston OTP. It's all good. Just
We got the
play
Brig
it.
one trick. We got the Winston one trick.
That's kind of
Usually
real.
leads you in one
You gotta
direction.
play
huh?
comfort, bro. Like, it's BPL. Who cares? But we out here though.
I mean, we got the
know.
best on a brig backline in the league by far, so why not?
Right, and that's another thing, right? That we kept talking about. The whole like Gavin, for at the beginning, I'm like
Okay.
super puzzled. Why would you? Why Brig, for example, on what's it called Oasis on the first map, right? But slowly but surely, like of course the pick starts to make more sense. You know, you're playing. Your backman just never died. Like it's super strong, and I want to know, are you guys like familiar with each other before the tournament, or is it
Oh
just
no,
Diana Brig?
I'm a Brig one trick comp warlord, so I have a lot of practice playing Brig into just
Absolutely
completely shit matchups. So
Yeah.
And
I kind of force it.
practice with Goat Briggs, so he just knows how to do it.
Yeah.
He just knows
Shout
what
out
he
me
has to do.
actually. Yeah, that guy was crazy. Amore, some potential talk and glazing in BPL general, calling you potentially the most winningest player in BPL. I mean, the guy has won a lot, to be fair. How you feeling? Looks like your heroes are really strong this meta. I heard in the off season, I say off season like it's a real proper legit tournament, but I heard there was rumblings that you had developed a tracer, and I wasn't sure what to think, but I don't know. You
Well,
popped off. So
I mean, you know,
have you been playing like
good for-
collegiate and stuff? Have you been like collegiate tracer, or what's been going on there? I'm
You know,
just curious.
I had Mikey, so you know, kind of the goat on Tracer around these parts.
Oh.
So he got me into shape, and I don't know. Well, I was kind of a Sojourn one trick, and they, you know, they did Sojourn dirty, so picked up fair for the first time in our scrim on like Thursday.
You played Farah in C League, I remember.
That's true, but the new
Okay.
fair, I guess.
Yeah, new Farah. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, there you
Yeah.
go. Is that that's not Mikey A, is it? The former Welsh. That's Shock Mikey, right? Or is
Georgia
it
Tech
not-
Mikey.
Oh, Georgia Tech Mikey. I was gonna say, like, is it Shock Mikey? Like, you're getting in exile coaches? No, okay.
No, thank God.
Yeah, that's
A couple. One last thing before you guys head up, because I think I heard there's some homework that needs to be made. So good luck with that one. But I would say, of course, there's a little bit of a running theme with kickoff champions and then not doing so good in the main season. I don't think that's gonna happen. Not to say it will. But after what you saw during the kickoff tournament, maybe some bots or the teams that you played against, anyone that you're particularly, afraid of, any teams that you're looking out for? What's the feeling going into regular season?
Bruh.
I mean, I think Corvidae that was the match before this. I think they were the hardest team we played. They were pretty good, but even then we kind of,
they're
I don't know.
with the monkey, bro. It's not even meta. Like,
yeah.
Those were the two closest matches we've had all season,
yeah, I think
which isn't a very long time.
the reason the teams flopped last season after kickoff because like meta changes and it's like, oh, like unlucky. But like we're not even playing meta, bro. So like, who cares?
That is true, and appreciate it as a long time McMeme fan. Yeah, I love to see McMeme. McMeme in the
Big Beam
VC
turned
there
up,
as well.
bro.
Yeah,
That junk pick was
Thank you.
crazy.
McMeme had a good map on cast, I think, as well. Was just
Bro
able
fragged
to,
out.
Yeah, be
Yeah,
able
he
to
did.
keep Parody down. So yeah, I love to see that. Power of Friendship team is vibes actually. I'm sure you guys will continue in the regular season. As I said, I was really impressed today. That was some good shit actually. Fair play. Well then.
Right, and yes, in general, I will say I'm a big fan. BroZone sweep all the way. I wish you guys all the best because just committing to playing off meta. Of course, it's even if it's a community tournament, it's very interesting, and the gameplay is always super fast. It's super interesting to watch. So hey, guys, congratulations on your win. Super hard. A lot of work that it has to be put in, but yeah, congratulations and best of luck in your regular season. Anyone you want to shout out? Anyone and anything you want to say before we head out here?
Love my
Big and
team.
greedy. I don't know.
Go, you do some homework.
Yeah.
Love everyone.
GG's.
Goodbye.
All right, GG's guys.
Yeah, GG's.
GG's.
That's a shot and a half, I think, for everyone for the kickoff clash. As I said, the odds for BroZone were not the highest. I think rightfully there was, as I said, it might have been potentially one of my comments or one of my Discord comments engaged in the fraudulent tail list talk saying Nepo C League team, because considering how they did in Snowdown as a core, but I mean, Ilu hit the nail on the head. Like, these lot have been playing together for a long time, and they definitely deserve their flowers, even for just winning the kickoff tournament. That's no bad feat. They've taken down two really good teams in Oro and Corvidae to get to this point. So, as they said, I'm interested to see Biscuit how they do in the regular season, because their dive was good. Teams are going to need to VOD that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There will need to be VOD studied on how to try and dismantle that dive, because as we've said, that bat brig, you just can't counter dive it. You have to try and peel the dive. That bat brig bat line is it's not borderline unkillable. It is unkillable. They are in a domain. Actually, it's ridiculous how good the bat brig bat line was today. All right, I think we've done with the PR shoutouts. A-League Live Grand Finals still potentially going on. I believe it's either 2-0 Sleepy Kittens, 2-0 Sayonara, or 2-1. I think it's still 2-0. So let's just wrap up and get out of here. There's an A-League Grand Finals on. Let's hopefully go and cheer for Sayo, guys. Real. All right.
Right.
Yeah,
I would.
Thank you guys so much. I'm down to throw it out whenever.
Yeah, I would say at the end of the day, very interesting tournament that we had on our hands. If you're in the B League, definitely watch out for BroZone. A lot of things are going to happen in your matches if you're not looking out for the dive. But Jace, this is just the beginning of BPL Season 6, which is looking to be a banger with every single team being an absolute threat. So as my wonderful co-caster said, go watch out the A-League Kickoff Grand Finals. Will Sayonara close it with a 3-0, or will CP Kittens, wake up and get a couple of wins in there before it's all over? We don't know yet. My name is This Kid. Here with me was Jace, and thanks to all of you for watching. BPL 6 will be back soon with the beginning of our regular season.
See you later.